Joining us with Piyush Goyal ji, Sunil Bartwal ji, Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and other distinguished leaders whose insights will help us chart a course for a globally competitive and resilient Indian automotive sector. A special thanks to our knowledge partner, McKinsey & Co. for bringing focus and clarity as we envision our path for global competitiveness. We are equally grateful to CRISIL, Deloitte, EY, Frost & Sullivan, Grant Thornton, ICRA, PwC, Kearney, Vector Consulting, and other consulting partners for engaging with us and enriching our perspective throughout the year. I also extend a gratitude to our sponsors whose generous contributions have made this session possible. A heartfelt thanks to our media friends for their continuous support in amplifying our voice. My special thanks to Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, our complete woman president, for leading us with such clarity and conviction. She has indeed set a new standard and benchmark which will be difficult to emulate. May I request a standing round of applause to Shraddha ji for what she has achieved. I know that she is eager to go back to the family, and I thank the family for bearing up with us and loaning her for these 2 years. Her role is not yet over. We will continue to come back to you and draw upon your expertise. You've built incredible relationships and put ACMA on a pedestal compared to a whole bunch of other associations. So thank you for that, and I hope we can keep it going. A deep gratitude to the ACMA Secretariat, who throughout their tireless efforts have ensured the flawless execution of this event. Jai Hind, and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, sir. And with that, further congratulations and thank you to Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa for leading us. And thank you to all the dignitaries. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the inaugural session. And we now move for tea and coffee. That's going to be in the hall across. Also, there we have the startups of Israel who are exhibiting. You are also requested to kindly taking a look at that. They are presenting their state-of-the-art technologies on electric motors, battery systems, autonomous security software, motor test bench solutions, and much more. 12 o'clock, we are going to be starting with our next session. That's going to be the panel discussion on the theme, and in that, the report which has been just now released with McKinsey, the lead presenters are going to be making a presentation in that session. So we look forward having you. The sessions, again, very insightful, inspiring, and future-inspiring sessions starting with the theme panel discussion at 12 o'clock. Enjoy your tea and coffee and a visit to the Israel Startup display in the Shah Jahan Hall.
Anand. Trusted today, transforming tomorrow. We are a $2.2 billion conglomerate, focused on providing cutting-edge solutions to the auto sector. Through our companies, joint venture partners, technical collaborations, we manufacture a range of products across chassis, emission control, powertrain, thermal management, safety, and mobility. And we are taking a lead in clean technologies for mobility and beyond through our clean tech platform and Evolve. As we lead India's auto transformation, we are leveraging
We have been moving toward a mobility that is more sustainable, safer, and exciting. With this ambition in mind, we must now take one more step, together. Let's move toward a software-defined mobility, where a car can be further developed over time, where the user is the center of attention. Let's move toward a mobility where vehicles are part of the mobility ecosystem, and where driving is more than just a ride. Let's shape a new era of mobility, together. Let's move like a Bosch.
Welcome to Denso, where advanced mobility meets a vision to shape a brighter future. In India, Denso pledges to elevate future societies and creating a future with a sense of well-being. Our mission, protecting lives, preserving the planet, and paving the way for a brighter future for generations to come. Our vision is dedicated to two great causes: green and peace of mind. Denso is focused on achieving zero carbon emissions and zero traffic fatalities. Our strengths: we excel in innovation, R&D, mass-producing high-quality products, and cutting-edge product development. India aspirations and needs. India, with the world's largest population and a rapidly expanding middle class, is poised to lead globally. Solutions: creating new value through electrified mobility, automated mobility, and connected mobility. We support Make in India initiative. At Denso, we innovate for a sustainable future, enabling people to create a greener planet and build a brighter tomorrow.
Denso, crafting the core.
Our technologies are already making an impact, revolutionizing manufacturing, transforming the way we think about mobility. Our innovations are powered by long-standing partnerships, working alongside the brightest minds and partners, sharing breakthroughs and accelerating progress together. Our first JV started with Stanley, Japan. Today, we partner with nearly a dozen tech giants across the globe to deliver solutions that hit every checkmark.
It becoming one of the major Indian automotive lighting equipment suppliers. Neolight is associated with ZKW Group of Austria, who are the suppliers to prestigious OEMs. Neolight plants are exclusively for the OEM segment. Neolight has come up with a new design center at Pune. Coming up with a new plant in Pune, lighting manufacturing plant. The Neolight Group is able to meet the requirements of prestigious and discerning vehicle manufacturers, in-house manufacturing capability, designing and producing PCBs using latest technology SMT lines, that is ADB, AFS, micro LED HD lighting, dynamic bending light, ambient lightings and more.
NRB Bearings is one of the top 2 producers of every single customized friction solution that goes in the 2-wheeler and the 3-wheeler globally.
Established more than half a century ago, NRB began operations as an Indo-French joint venture between Nadella, the originator of needle roller bearings, and the Sahani family.
What defines NRB is our engineering capabilities. That's what sets us apart.
3,000 products, customized solutions from design to delivery. NRB is one of the very few companies of its size with a AA- Crystal Standard & Poor's rating.
Today, we custom engineer friction solutions for Audi, for Daimler Car, Daimler Truck, for GetDrag, for Meritor, and for ZF globally.
No wonder then that NRB high precision parts have been powering vehicles all around the globe and will continue to do so from now into the future.
एक ख्वाब कामयाबी का जा मिला जुनून से और शुरू हुए जीत के सिलसिले ना कोई डर ना थका तय किया हर सफर चले संग हर डगर न कभी हुए हौसले कम आरएसबी है हम आरएसबी है हम आरएसबी है.
Hi, this is Rubal Jain, Managing Director, Safe Express. The automotive industry has always been at the forefront of supply chain excellence, setting global standards in innovation, agility, and precision. Safe Express is proud to be a trusted partner in this journey, providing world-class logistics solutions that empower the industry to operate with speed and reliability. With an extensive presence across 830 plus cities, a network of advanced transshipment hubs strategically covering every square inch of India, and a robust fleet strength of over 13,000 trucks, Safe Express ensures seamless on-time deliveries even in the most challenging terrains. Our integrated logistics model is designed to meet the unique demands of the automotive sector, from just-in-time deliveries to large-scale distribution, supporting efficiency and minimizing downtime. We value your partnership and remain committed to driving growth, innovation, and operational excellence for the automotive industry today and in the future.
Subros, a leader in thermal products manufacturing in India. Over the years, the company has developed engineering capabilities to support new product development with objective of Make in India. To meet challenges of the mega trends, our engineers are committed to design the most advanced and sophisticated thermal solutions for sustainable mobility. Subros is dedicated to environmental sustainability. Our thermal solutions are developed for eco-friendly refrigerants and advanced energy-saving technologies, reducing carbon emissions and promoting a greener future. We are at the forefront of in our processes. As we continue to embrace emerging technologies, we look forward to shaping the future of manufacturing in automotive with strong collaboration with Denso. Subros stands as a pioneering force within the automotive industry to redefine thermal technological limits. The unwavering dedication to enhance driving experiences, bolstering safety measures.
Sunflag Iron and Steel Company Limited, a leading world-class manufacturer of alloy and specialty steel, as a joint venture with Daido Steel Japan. Sunflag has also adopted the latest technological know-how from Daido Steel. Sunflag engages with leading global technology solution providers for their state-of-the-art technology and sophisticated equipment. Years of experience make Sunflag the preferred choice of the industry for superior and widest product range used in critical components: engine, transmission, steering, suspension, bearing, valves, tools and dies. Sunflag has a Government of India recognized in-house R&D facility. Sunflag has received awards and accolades for innovation and localization, recognizing its pursuit for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Sunflag Iron and Steel Company Limited.
We are proud to carry forward our legacy, built on strong values, trust, service and togetherness. We make wheels that move us, axles that carry millions, turbochargers that power engines, and brakes that inspire confidence. Our innovations bring efficiency and fulfill dreams.
So the Madras Auto Service, Mr. T.S. Santaram started in Chennai in 1936.
We started with very untrained people in the early days, and we had to spend a lot of time and energy in training people from school final to middle level schools, but they all picked up the education very well and they supported us over the years.
When you have the good fortune to grow and prosper in a community, it is your duty and responsibility to give back to the community where you have grown and prospered.
We are TSF Group.
The automotive industry is evolving faster than ever before. Uno Minda has been on the forefront of innovation, powered by relentless research and development. With a diversified product portfolio, over 75 manufacturing facilities across 4 continents, and over 37 state-of-the-art in-house R&D and engineering centers globally. Uno Minda is driving a cleaner, greener, and smarter future. Uno Minda, driving the new.
In an ever-evolving world, Varroc leads with speed, scale and innovation. With a global footprint across 8 countries, we are a trusted name in automotive technology. With customer centricity at our core, we deliver solutions for body systems, ICE powertrain applications, e-mobility applications, lighting, and HMI applications across vehicle segments. Our products reflect our commitment to quality, innovation, and sustainability. We partner with the world's leading OEMs to shape the future of safe, smart, and sustainable mobility. At Varroc, we don't just make automotive components, we accelerate the future of mobility at every step. We are Varroc. We deliver brilliance at scale.
We were able to improve supply chain efficiency by enhancing product availability by 30%. We reduced the overall inventory in days by 8% and 35% reduction in the logistics wastage.
From an 80% of the first pick ratio, now it has gone to almost about 96 to 97%.
We could cut down the development time from like 9 months to straight away to 2 months.
The customers increasing their relationship with JK Ferrer
leading to improvement in sales.
But once this prioritization system came into place, once the decoupling came into place, we realized that actually the hidden capacity of plants is much more than what we thought it was.
There also there is no line stoppage because of shortage of raw material in spite of spikes up to 20%.
The plant efficiency which we are working on, that Sonalika plant, is 98.8%. 4 to 6 weeks kind of a deliveries we brought down to 7 days flat.
Return on investment for our retailers, for our distributors of more than 100%, which is unheard of according to me in any industry.
Anand. Trusted today, transforming tomorrow. We are a $2.2 billion conglomerate, focused on providing cutting-edge solutions to the auto sector. Through our companies, joint venture partners, technical collaborations, we manufacture a range of products across chassis, emission control, powertrain, thermal management, safety, and mobility. And we are taking a lead in clean technologies for mobility and beyond through our clean tech platform and Evolve. As we lead India's auto transformation, we are leveraging
We have been moving toward a mobility that is more sustainable, safer, and exciting. With this ambition in mind, we must now take one more step, together. Let's move toward a software-defined mobility, where a car can be further developed over time, where the user is the center of attention. Let's move toward a mobility where vehicles are part of the mobility ecosystem, and where driving is more than just a ride. Let's shape a new era of mobility, together. Let's move like a Bosch.
Welcome to Denso, where advanced mobility meets a vision to shape a brighter future. In India, Denso pledges to elevate future societies and creating a future with a sense of well-being. Our mission, protecting lives, preserving the planet, and paving the way for a brighter future for generations to come. Our vision is dedicated to two great causes: green and peace of mind. Denso is focused on achieving zero carbon emissions and zero traffic fatalities. Our strengths: we excel in innovation, R&D, mass-producing high-quality products, and cutting-edge product development. India aspirations and needs. India, with the world's largest population and a rapidly expanding middle class, is poised to lead globally. Solutions: creating new value through electrified mobility, automated mobility, and connected mobility. We support Make in India initiative. At Denso, we innovate for a sustainable future, enabling people to create a greener planet and build a brighter tomorrow.
Denso, crafting the core.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after your tea. Requesting you all to be kindly taking your seats. People who are still in the pre-function area, in the tea area, may we request you also to be joining us. Yes, I can't be heard that far in the pre-function area or in that Sharjah hall, but definitely people can see. So just requesting everyone to be back here for the first plenary session. That's the theme panel discussion which we have. We've already had the release of the report, a study which has been done by ACMA and McKinsey, and we are going to be further giving you insights into the study. In this session, there's going to be the presentation from McKinsey and Company, and then we are going to be, that's going to be leading us into the panel discussion as the report highlights, does the SWOT analysis of the sector, the key enablers which can help us in building these resilient automotive supply chains. Requesting everyone to be taking your seats. May I request people who are still standing, we're just waiting for you to be settling down at your seats, and then we invite our panelists. Today, ladies and gentlemen, in our post-lunch session, we have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Honourable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, who's going to be joining us, and we have a session within that's exclusive leadership session. And in the last session of the day, we have the EU Trade Commissioner and then our Honourable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. So this is a panel discussion on the theme as we, once again, as the industry comes together towards shaping the future of India's auto component industry amid these global trade shifts which we are seeing. And as was reflected by the speakers of the inaugural session, it's going to be localization, Indianization, the leveraging on technology, strengthening our supply chains, which is going to be preparing us for the future ahead and combating these global headwinds. But we take a larger look, an outlook towards that from our panelists who are going to be discussing the topic at hand. Please be taking your seats. As we begin the session, let me invite our panelists to be taking center stage. Mr. Ganesh Mani, the CEO of Switch Mobility and the President and CEO of Ashok Leyland. May I request all of you to be joining us. Mr. Piyush Arora, the Managing Director and CEO of VW Group, India region. Mr. Vikram Kasbekar, the Executive Director, Acting Chief Executive Officer and Chief Technology Officer at Hero MotoCorp. Mr. Lim Kenneth, the Senior Vice President, Automotive Segment Asia Pacific, Infineon. Mr. Sriram Vijay, the Managing Director of Brakes India. Mr. Guru Prasad Mudlapur, the Managing Director and President of Bosch Group, India. Mr. Kash Pase, the President, ZF India. And our moderator, Mr. Vivek Vikram Singh, the Managing Director and Group CEO of Sona Comstar. I also invite the lead presenters from McKinsey and Company to be joining us, Mr. Shivanshu Gupta, the Senior Partner, and Brajesh Shibbar, Partner, McKinsey and Company, who are going to be making the presentation. So welcome to all the panelists here on the dais. Welcome to all the eminent delegates and participants who join us. Also the people who are connected with us online through our social media, various social media platforms, thanking them also. And as we begin the session, to set the tone and the context of the session, I would like to invite the President of ACMA, Ms. Shraddha Surimarwa, for her welcome and opening remarks for this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Ganesh Mani, CEO Switch Mobility and President and CEO Ashok Leyland, Piyush Arora, MD and CEO VW, Mr. Vikram Kaspekar, ED and Acting CEO Hero MotoCorp, Mr. Lim Kenneth, Senior Vice President Automotive Segment Infineon, Sriram Viji, MD Brakes India, Mr. Mudlapur, MD and President Bosch, Akash, President ZF, Vivek, MD and Group CEO Sona Comstar, Mr. Shivanshu Gupta, Senior Partner McKinsey, and Mr. Brajesh Chibber, Partner McKinsey. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. It's my privilege and honor to welcome you to the theme panel discussion on navigating geopolitical shifts, creating a resilient automotive supply chain in India. I welcome the galaxy of thought leaders who will participate in the panel discussion today. Collectively, they represent the diversity, capability, and aspirations of our industry. They'll provide us deep insights into how we can build supply chains that are both resilient and globally competitive. The context for today's discussion is important. The wars in Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, return of tariff barriers in some markets, and supply chain challenges around rare earth are all impacting global mobility. Yet, India's auto component sector continues to grow, supported by strong domestic demand and increasing global interest. I'm thankful to McKinsey for their in-depth study and insights of which will be shared by Shivanshu and Brajesh, setting the tone of this session. I welcome both of you as well. We look forward to a stimulating exchange of ideas and perspectives. I'm certain that the learnings from the session will benefit us all. Thank you very much for joining us today. Namaskar.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And before we begin with the panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Shivanshu Gupta, the senior partner, and Mr. Brajesh Chibber, the partner McKinsey, to kindly share with us the findings of the joint ACMA-McKinsey report.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you for this opportunity to all of you, to ACMA, and all the colleagues from the industry. My name is Shivanshu, along with Brajesh. We will share this report with you today. So the report is on shaping the future of the Indian auto component industry amid global trade shifts. And we've spoken a lot about the shifts today in the earlier sessions as well. So we'll talk about this in three parts. First, what is the opportunity for the industry among the shifting trade flows? Second, what are the implications of some of the disruptions that are happening on the value chain of the Indian auto component industry? And lastly, how can we try to achieve value through this? Now, if you look at the global trade scenario, you will see that global trade is likely to grow from $33 trillion today to about $45 trillion in the next few years by the year 2035. But what's interesting is 12 to 14 trillion dollars from this is likely to shift locations. So if it is happening in certain corridors today, those corridors are likely to shift. And if you see the right-hand side of this page, the auto component industry is not only growing in terms of the trade that is happening across locations, but 30+% of that trade is likely to shift locations. So that creates both an opportunity as well as a disruption for the component industry. Now, there are about 50, we did some analysis on what are the trade locations, what are these corridors where the trade is happening. There are 50 corridors which lay the foundation of global trade, connecting both the emerging markets to the developed markets to resource-rich regions. Now, if you look through these corridors through an econometric lens, through a geopolitical lens, there are about 16 of those 50 corridors which we quote-unquote call as safe bets, where the trade volumes will continue to grow even if there is geopolitical disruption. And 5 of those safe 16 corridors are India-led. And therefore, India is likely to have a strong position in these trade disruptions that follow. Now, why is that? There are 5 strategic advantages that India has, and all of us have a sense of these. The manufacturing leadership, we're likely to grow 8 to 10% from a manufacturing perspective over the next 20 years. If you look at the talent, we will likely provide 20+% of the workforce, global workforce, by the year 2047. Consumption is a massive driver of India as a market. We will grow our consumption by 3x in the next 10 years. The disposable incomes are likely to grow by 40% plus in the next 5 years. Our political stability, our strategic location advantage, and last but not the least, all of the government PLI schemes, PME drives, the investment in transportation and infrastructure is also helping. And all of these are leading to partly the competitive advantage that we described earlier. Now these advantages and that position in the global trade allows us to shoot for the $200 billion aspiration that we've collectively set by the year 2030. And there are 2 big drivers of that growth. One is the last person standing position for ICE component export, which could create $20 to $30 billion of incremental revenue pool for us by the year 2030. And it's driven by suppliers of the West losing economies of scale and the disruption of diversification happening from China. Second is electrification and connectivity, not only for the domestic markets, but also for the global markets. The electrification that we continue to see on the 4-wheeler side in Europe and US. India EV CAGR has been 35% plus, of course, driven by 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and small commercial vehicles. And connectivity is expected to be really high penetration across the board by the year 2030. So these 2 will be big drivers of value creation for the Indian auto component industry. Now, if we quickly look at what are the implications and what might we need to handle across the value chains. On the raw material side, we're all aware that there is concentration of some of the critical materials on the supply chain. We spoke earlier about 70% of the rare earths coming from China. If we look at the tech suppliers and the component suppliers, there are a few headwinds there. First being limited readiness for advanced technologies, right? If you look at all of the carbon polymers, if you look at ADAS, and a lot of this is because of our low R&D capability, talent shortages, as well as some infra challenges. Third, even today there is dependency almost to the tune of 20 to 30% when it comes to components like electronics, cooling systems. Fourth, we know this is the landscape which is fluctuating a lot, but 50% of our component exports are to the US and EU, which could face tariffs, which could also face carbon taxes. And fifth, there is, if you look at the logistics value chain, there is still a gap in terms of the efficiency and the cost effectiveness. If we look at China, we're almost 1.5 times on the first mile and the last mile. And lastly, there are other nations in Southeast Asia which benefit from competitive FTAs, which we could bridge the gap to. So these are a set of challenges that we will need to play around to be able to deliver on the promise that and the opportunity we saw earlier. And I think it will become an even more outsized challenge for a lot of the MSMEs because of the lower volumes, not always access to the global markets, as well as challenges to access capital. Now, if we look at the concentration of critical raw materials, these are just some examples, whether it's Ukraine contributing 45% of the neon production, Russia contributing 35% of the palladium, semiconductors from China and Taiwan. But what can we do to mitigate some of these? We've already seen in COVID, we've tried to build inventory strategically so that we can manage supply disruptions. There are also opportunities emerging to diversify out of rare earths. For example, instead of using PSM, permanent magnet synchronous motors, using electrically excited synchronous motors and others. Are there ways that we can do product design and development to get, avoid some of these dependencies? And lastly, how do we look at getting to other sources beyond the sources that are concentrated in the regions that are reflected on the left, including developing some of this in India? I think we spoke about the tariffs. You see some of the commodities on the left-hand side, which collectively are $22 billion of export. You see 27% of that export is to the US, 25% of that export is to the EU. Now, with what is happening with tariffs, the volatility on the US side, there will be, some tendency on the sides of the OEMs who are there in the US to say, should we look at alternative suppliers outside, at least for diversification purposes? And on the EU export side with the carbon taxes, this is likely to hit our margins at the very least. Green steel cost or tax delta could be 10 to 25%. There may be a push for greener manufacturing requirements like hydrogen-based production and electric arc furnaces. So, this is a highly volatile area, but the idea is that the more we can do to manage this and keep our cost base low and diversification high, the more likelihood it is that we can capture a lot of the value that we can create towards our 200 billion goal. And maybe I'll invite Brijesh to talk a little bit about how we get there.
Thank you, Shivanshu, for leading us to the point. Yeah. Is it better?
Yeah.
Awesome. No, thank you, Shivanshu, for leading us to this point where you elaborated the two sides of the coin. One is what are the opportunities for the industry to look at, be it the domestic market, which is continuing to grow, but also the big trade corridor-led disruptions that are expected to build a lot of opportunity for all of us. But also on the other side, all the headwinds which are very, very prominent, I would say, from a short to mid-term standpoint. So what's the way to navigate this, right? That's an important question that all of us are probably thinking about, and that's where we wanted to, leave two war cries, I would say, for this August gathering. The first one is ignite, and I'll come and elaborate what does it mean. But this is all that the industry, the participants of this industry could do to build all that it takes to succeed in this volatile environment. And the second one is collaborate to gain. And this is where we will, explain how all the stakeholders can come together and really bring the power of the collective to take this industry to the next level. So starting with Ignite, the IG of Ignite stands for ICE Global Leadership, right? Or ICE Global Leadership Play. We all know new energy vehicles, new energy powertrains is a big trend, and it will continue to get strong. Having said that, we also know ICE, internal combustion engines, are not going to disappear anytime soon. All the more important for a country like India, where even though penetration of EVs will increase, the absolute volume of ICE will continue to increase for a long period of time. And as global markets lose scale advantage, we will gain scale advantage. And that gives us the opportunity. We have the technology, we know this technology. We will have the scale advantage, we have labor cost advantage, we have energy cost advantage. The components that dominate ICE, we know how to make them with the right quality. And I think that's the flag that this industry can take forward and say, we will be the last man standing, as Shivanshu was saying, and in my language, it's the ICE global leadership play, right? The N of Ignite is the other side. How do we absorb and get new tech development? See, I don't have to preach to the choir. This industry has been at the forefront to absorb new technology. We enabled our OEMs to shift from BS4 to BS6 in the fastest time frame possible on this planet, right? And this was all because of people, sitting in this room. Obviously, OEMs led it, but without our support, that would not have been possible. But having said that, the curve on technology is massively steep, and it is getting steeper, right? Whether it is the new materials, whether it's electronics, whether it is software, all that is going into new vehicles is completely disconnected to the capabilities that we have from before. And there is a big chance that we might fall behind, right? We might, see more imports happening than what we, essentially want. And this is where the call to action to this industry is: how do we continue to lead on new tech development, right? Be it materials, electronics, software, as I said. And this is an opportunity area because this is a white space, and no one global leader has emerged, and this is the time for us to put our entrepreneurial spirits, our animal spirits to real test and take it forward. So how do you do it? First point is invest in new capabilities. That's the I of Ignite. Invest in new capabilities. Capabilities related to new product development and R&D. Capabilities related to manufacturing. How do we imbibe the best of Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence? How do we enable our supply chains to be the best in the world, not only on tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 landscape, but also logistics, etc. This is one big area, from an investment standpoint. The T of Ignite is talent rewiring for the future, right? Capabilities will always be based on the right talent that we would have to invest behind. I think this is one dimension, hand on heart, we all would say we could do more of, right? Are we building, are we hiring the right talent? Are we cultivating the right talent? Are we making sure we also retain the right talent, within our four walls, right? So that's also an important imperative. And the E of Ignite is: how do you engage more with academia, with startups? If you put this trifecta of capabilities, talent rewiring, and engagement with startups and academia, I think there's a win-win possibility here, right? Academia is looking for interesting projects. Startups are investing in new capabilities and at speed which traditional players will always, be one or two notches behind. I think that's the win-win that can be brought in, by this industry, by co-opting startups, by structurally, partnering with academia, helping them experiment and learning with them and imbibing new technologies, right? So that's the IGNITE framework for us as an industry. Just repeating myself, ICE global leadership, new technologies, investing in capabilities, talent, and engagement with academia and startups. I'll double click on ICE global leadership. I think Shivanshu also talked about this. We would have to do business as usual, but we would also have to go beyond that, right? It would require us to probably shoot for becoming the lowest cost producers here, right? Operational efficiency, becoming the benchmark on that. Quality, which is the next piece. We are out there, but we have to be the best. We have to make sure we stand in front of the global audience and we are patted on the back as the best quality suppliers across the world. We might have to go out and do strategic partnerships, right, to access some of these markets. We might have to do M&A also. And that's another capability which we have to build as part of capabilities, but open the aperture to do that for this particular play. And last but not the least, opportunistically, we might also have to step outside the shores of India to put up a last value addition line in a particular geography. And that is where openness should also be there. I think this is an incredible moment for us to think structurally behind this particular, I would say, opportunity and invest, behind it in a structural manner. We talked about capabilities. Again, a little bit of reiteration around quality, but product development, R&D, is going to be a very strong imperative, right? If we have to play the global game, being out there, building the global sales and marketing capabilities, building the reach will also be important. And global supply chains, right? That's not a forte for us. We have been, we see a lot of imports coming in. We have a small export, overall contribution. If we have to take this from 23 billion to 80 plus 100 billion, the scale is going to be massive. So how do you build those global supply chains is also going to be an important imperative. The second war cry, which I started with, was how do we collaborative to gain together as an industry, right? The G of gain is, getting the best support from government's policy. Government has been a strong enabler for this industry, but there could be more that we could, collaborate with the government from the standpoint of FTAs, from the standpoint of government to government connect, right? And that's where this collaboration can come about and contribute back to this industry. The A of the gain is ACMA, us. This association has been the flag bearer of the industry. They have led us all the way, but it's even more imperative for the association to be up and about, right? Taking the flag, helping make association to association connects, helping make the industry to OEM connects, inviting the OEMs here, all the structural programs that can be run to give fillip to the export agenda, is best done by this association along with individual efforts. Institutional support, right? This growth has to be powered by institutional financial support, right? How do you now create structured connect with our system, in financial system, and take the best out of it to be able to then plow back into this, whole growth initiative. And last but not the least, our real strength is the universe of MSMEs that we have. They bring unique character to this, industry. But on the flip side, there are many challenges related to scale, related to technology, capabilities, etc. And creating a network effect of these MSMEs could be the real liberating, force to take this industry to the next level. Joining MSMEs together under, tier 1s, tier 2s, creating the network effect where collaborative, MSMEs could come together and scale their operations, whether it is R&D, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is sourcing. I think this is the art of the possible that needs to be imagined, right? So gain, collectively take this industry forward. In summary, I would say this is an inflection point for all of us. Incredible amount of opportunities lie in front of us, both from a domestic demand standpoint, which is a secular growth, trajectory, and importantly, the export trajectory, which could see multi-fold growth for all of us, right? And as I said, two war cries: ignite and gain. I think that's the takeaway that I would request everyone to take from this session. And all the best to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, McKinsey team. You did invite the ignite, the fuel for this discussion. About 20 years ago, when I started my career, I attended a McKinsey session which was based on this book called The World is Flat by Thomas Friedman. And the McKinsey team spoke about how globalization will, and a rule-based world trade order will create a level playing field. So if you make the best product at the best cost, you will win. It does not matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter how rich or poor your country or your company is. I think for 2 decades that has largely held true, especially for our industry. We optimize pretty much everything. We were able in these last 2 decades to give the end consumer, the woman who buys the car or the truck, her a better product at a better cost. And those savings were then invested into other goods and services, which increased overall consumption, lowered inflation, and created this virtuous cycle of economic growth. For 20 years, this is the world we lived in. Today, that world's not really that valid. There is a chainsaw being taken to this world order today. The US has these tariffs, Europe has CBAM, China has export restrictions. In the face of this, I'd say unprecedented change to how things work, it's almost as if the rich world has woken up and tried to take revenge on the poor of the world. My views on this, as you can naturally gather, are quite extreme, but my job is that of a moderator, so I will be moderate and try to get more opinions from all of you who are obviously much smarter, much more accomplished, much more informed. So first I'll start with a common question, which we will go one by one and try to ask. I tried asking Sriram that last night in a slightly more colorful way, but I'll moderate my tone as well. So the first question is this, that in this situation, in this crisis, I will say, how do you see the industry, and this is for the whole industry, weathering this crisis? And then how do we build resilience in our supply chains that there is some kind of anti-fragility built into the system and it does not happen to us again? So I'll start with Mr. Ganesh Mani. So over to you.
Check. Good morning. Thanks, buddy. It's always a homecoming for me. Happy to be part of this wonderful session. Thanks, Radha, for taking a lead, and all the best to Vikram as well on behalf of the industry. Well, I mean, everybody talks about, human beings are extremely biased towards positivity, which should be, we always be. That's what we have been working towards, Viksit Bharat also, which is going to be a reality, definitely. But while Thomas Friedman, when we're talking about this, there was also one more guy called Richard Florida. He also said that world is spicy and spiky. I read initially as spicy, then I went back and checked if it's actually a spiky. He talked about all the points which Thomas Friedman were talking in the opposite direction, that it's not going to happen what Thomas was talking about, which is ably supported by multiple other people also. But having said that, both the things were in place, are in place. From an era of a world of efficiency, I think we are moving into the world of, resilience. That's what is the way what we are moving across right now. So while we work towards these directions, I think when the resilience comes in 2 phases, I think this is where I also gone through one of the important articles by, Nazim Nicholas Taleb. He talked about anti-fragile. How do we really every, individual or companies can work on. He talked about as a phase 1, how do you really conquer and come out of these kind of issues? That's how we all learned during COVID-19 crisis. We all come out, we don't talk about anymore. We have already built in our own kind of resilience in terms of supply chain. But having said that, recent episode, which anyway we'll talk about a little later, with a lot of, rare earth things which are coming up now. So I think probably what we need to work out on the phase 2 basis on that. So phase 2, as per him, is talking about how do we really learn from this, how a lot of bacteria and viruses actually survive this and also try to come out of this resilience also to go to the next level. I think as an industry also, one has to go towards these directions as well. So how do we do as an industry is pretty important. It can happen like we talked about ignite, gain and all, lovely messages here. But as an industry of OEM along with supply partners, I think we are in the cusp of a wonderful phenomenon called that, inflection point. I think from now onwards, if we start working on any of the activities which we are, we are already into, I think we can always manage in a much more better way. And that's what I strongly believe that. It's also talked about, Thomas was talking about a lot of offshoring. Probably the thing which is very important, something called as a friendshoring is the new phenomena. How does friendshoring was coming across is predominantly from a very nice New York University professor. His name is Pankaj Gemwat. I think all of you can actually Google it and see. He came up with a wonderful concept of cage as a framework. Cage is nothing but a culturally, administratively, in terms of geographically and also economically how countries or the companies can be gauged into. And in that basis, find out a partner, whether it is a complementary industry or your own competition or your own country specific or various other areas. How do we really do that? And that's what we are very clearly talking about. In 2011, he also did a study, found out that maximum of 2% of cross-border stocks were going on. Less than 20% of the people actually have moved across, in terms of investments across the countries, which clearly indicates that the actual geopolitical scenario is always existing. Probably sometimes it takes a bigger shape with the new geopolitical scenarios coming up. So keeping all those things in picture, I think it's a time for the industry, for the entire ecosystem to work towards this direction. And if we can do that together in a much more better way, we can always maneuver it. The best way is the way how our electric products are now coming up. We have not only worked out on 100% import, except for a surprise element which has come now, but other than that, we always have been concentrating, working with all of you in a much better way, whether it is power control or a motor, or for that matter, battery to a certain extent. I think we have already come across a long way. I think this is one of the best learning for me. I think if we can work in those directional things, we can always go back to, world is definitely flat. They did not talk about how much bumpy it was. Now we are able to see a lot of bumpies, right? And these bumpies can always overcome by doing all these activities. Probably we can come back on as to which directional thing as an industry CV we are doing, as a company, what Ashok Leyland and Switch are actually planning to do, and we'll continue to work on this direction. Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. I wish the world does become spicier. India should do well in that world. Interesting you mentioned inflection points. I think the McKinsey team also did. It comes from the book, Only the Paranoid Survive. Now, the tricky thing about inflection points is you either go up into the victory mountain or you go down to the valley of death. So where are we on that, and what turn we take is going to be critical. So I'll ask Mr. Piyush Arora. He obviously has the luxury of having two worldviews, from the European continent as well as from India, being the CEO of Skoda Volkswagen. How do you see this? And the same question, how do you traverse this world better, and what is it that we can do to make it even more resilient?
Thank you very much. Thanks and good afternoon, everyone. Really happy to be part of this session today. I think a few decades of globalization, what we have gone through, and you have already referred to that, has definitely shown the benefits of globalization, but the recent changes or recent developments are clearly indicating that the global supply chains are going to be much more fragmented than what they have been in the last 2 decades. The benefits which we have all seen might have to be tweaked and might have to be adapted. I think it's not only the recent changes when many countries are becoming inward-looking and they are moving from country first to country-only kind of decision-making process, and also looking at trade in a very, very different way. The examples have been given already so far, so I wouldn't repeat them. But apart from that, we already saw that the global supply chains got disrupted not only because of these political changes, but also because of maybe pandemic, the warlike situation which we saw some time back, and examples were already seen, and the supply chains were disrupted and did not remain resilient from the point of view when there was not possibility to sail the goods through some of the geographies. And this already had resulted into all our supply chain experts looking at alternate strategies. Part of that alternate strategy, from the way I see it, is definitely that we need to be much more agile. The partnership between OEMs and the suppliers, which have always been strong, have to get even stronger to be able to overcome these challenges. We have to work together as partners. When I talk about working together, it is also adapting and validating products much faster than what happens in a normal supply chain situation, which means that the global engineering teams and global quality teams, together with the supply chain colleagues, procurement colleagues, have to work in such a way that we are able to adapt and we are able to develop alternate supply chains much faster than what have been done even in the past. And when I talk about this agility, I am more referring to the lethargy or sluggishness which most of the OEMs have, rather than the suppliers actually. So from that point of view, we have to learn a lot, and I think some of these challenges which we have undergone in the last, whether it was post-pandemic situation with the semiconductors or the recent one with respect to the rare earth magnets, I think these have taught us that the next challenge is just around the corner. And to make our supply chain more and more resilient, it is important for us all together as a team, the suppliers as well as the OEMs, with all their quality and engineering teams, to work together to make sure that we are able to overcome. Because the reality would remain that we will have some or the other challenge coming in the next years as well. Resilience can, of course, result into some amount of challenges when you are trying to optimize costs. But at the same time, I do believe that in the long run, to be able to develop that kind of resilient supply chain is really going to, in the long run, help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, although you did avoid the European angle, I will come back to you and ask you that again. Mr. Kasbekar, so yours is obviously going to be a very different vantage point. Being in the two-wheeler segment as the CTO and CEO of Hero MotoCorp, do you see this crisis like some of us do, like the export-heavy component guys? For us, it is more crisis than opportunity. But how do you see this?
So yes, definitely it's a crisis, no doubt on that for everyone, because the major technology assimilation is done by the OEM. So it's very important that the entire supply chain is supportive to this. So the way to go about, it was mentioned earlier also, I think when we talk about agility and flexibility, it starts from the design board. And very important to take the partners at that stage. And unless and until this kind of a collaborative effort starts coming in, you'll find that somewhere or the other will falter. So ability then and quickly change becomes much faster when you have a modular platform and going forward. The second aspect that comes through is, one should have both short-term, mid-term, long-term strategies, because these things have come, I wouldn't say as a surprise, because if you look at the rare earth metal or magnets, or for that matter, even the microprocessors, so these things have to be now developed locally. So localization is going to be one very big initiative that we need to address. And the entire supply chain from T1 to maybe T4 needs to further strengthen. I think one area which is again very critical for us is, there's a lot mentioned about quality. Quality is something which is, I would say, hygiene factor. The value proposition to the customer is very, very important here. But it starts with the thinking. And the way technology is evolving, it's important to develop this kind of skills and competencies, both in the white and blue collar. So in the blue collar, the mundane technology will not work. So this ASDC proposal, which we also follow very rigorously, are training the blue collars to a different level, training them on mechatronics or training them on reading ladder diagram and other things. And of course, it's not necessary to send all engineers back to school, but give them the exposure and exploration to try out new things and work with the supply chain partners, academia, startups, to sort of find alternatives and circumvent situations. I think we are excellent at crisis management, but I think it's important that we plan out our work and work to the plan. So going forward, I think there's a lot of things that we'll have to do. 2020 has brought about a big change. There are many changes which are coming through. And going forward, the vulnerability will be high. FTAs were very good earlier. And FTAs are good today also. But provided is a quid pro quo. So we have to type. I see no sense in investing so much here when something else is available. But the geopolitical risk sometimes makes it essential for us to sort of have this thing. So strategic partners, strategic tie-ups is very important to see that these people come invest in India, because this is a growing economy. And I'm sure there will be a lot of people who would be interested to invest and grow along with that. So a lot to be done, I will still say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But, so far, whatever I've heard, it seems that we are moving to a more suboptimal system. We need more redundancy. We need more capacity. We need more capability everywhere. Doesn't that make our end product more expensive everywhere then? If we believe, or we all become poorer as an industry and lower our margins. So one of the two, if it doesn't happen, how will this work? I'll try and figure this out in the follow-ups. I'll move next to Mr. Kenneth Lim. 4 years ago, of course, everybody spoke only about semiconductors. I think ACMA session then was this. But today, rare earth magnets has been spoken about more than semiconductors. But let's say this rare earth magnet gets solved in the near term. Semiconductors are pretty much the lifeblood of auto everywhere now. And in this environment of geopolitical challenges, figuring out manufacturing, distribution footprint, how will you ensure that this whole industry in the world keeps going like this? So how is this crisis for you from your vantage point? And how do you make this more resilient?
All right. First and foremost, I want to thank Mr. Vinay Mata for inviting me here and put me in this panel. It's really a rare opportunity. I'm very glad to be here, that able to do some sharing from the semiconductor players' perspective and also the challenges that we have gone through. Just a few words on Infineon. Infineon is a global semiconductor player. In the automotive application, we are #1 globally since 4 years. And our market share globally is 13.5 around. And I estimate that in India, I have about 11%. which means I have a lot of work to do to grow with India. And after these 2 days, what I heard, I'm very pleased and very happy that there's a lot of opportunity. It's just that we have to work together, and I really want to work with all the customers, the partners, together to make it happen. Obviously, we can do all the R&D, whatever software we talk about. If we cannot supply, it's a disaster. So this is a no-no, and I can share with you, I'm in the industry, semiconductor industry for 30 years. And the last 15 years, I was focusing only on automotive. At least 3, if not 4 times, there was very severe shortage. Just come to the closest pandemic in 2020. Globally, the world lost 15 million units. Subsequently, the next 3 years, from 2021 to 2023, another 15 million units that cumulative. Add on, there were 30 million units of opportunity cost. What does that mean? That is 500 billion. It's 500 billion. And hence, because of that, we know that this one is wiped out and it will never come back and you will never get it back. So what we have learned now is that we cannot afford it. Okay. From semiconductor content in a car, a segment A car, minimally still $100 to $200 of content. The bigger car with electrification and autonomous driving, or I call it driver assistance, is in the range of 1,500. Huge range. But contents will continue to grow. And I'm very, very certain that India, the content in Indian cars are going to grow even faster, because I saw that talking to all the R&D and the customers here, we know that everybody wants to put in more features, more comfort, more safety. And that's where more and more we have to do it. And that's where we cannot afford to do everything possible and forget about the logistic, the reliance, and so on. I'd like to borrow a quote this morning from Mr. Rajiv Mono. He was talking about the supply resilience is not an option. And I like that. It is not an option. It's actually you need to strengthen it. To strengthen your competencies and capture on the opportunities. You can do everything. You miss the train, you miss the train, right? I think this is what. So maybe come back to a quick one here on Infineon. What have we done during the crisis and immediately after the crisis? First and foremost, I think in 2021, we announced expansion of capacity. We actually committed $10 billion US dollars over the next 10 years. I guess we have already put in some 4 to 5 billion since then. Obviously, the market is not at the best right now, but we have to hold on and we have to position. All right? And then that already becomes the heart of this resilience topic, becomes the heart of our supply chain strategy. And this is the backbone of our success. On top of whatever you talk about, innovation, R&D, and so on and so forth. And here, with that, we actually realize and learn a lot even from there, that resilience is not a response to a disruption. It is not a response. It is actually a proactive approach to managing or mitigating the risk. Yeah? And this would help to deliver values to the customers. In fact, what we have done was way before. 10 years back, we already have multi-site strategies, as you know. The multi-site strategies came out because of a lot of natural disasters, if you remember, obviously everywhere. So you have to make sure that you have different locations, having the same technology qualified, almost identical of the factory, be it even some of them from our suppliers as well, all right? And then this, of course, now we find that it's not enough. It itself is not enough. Of course, add on with the geopolitical tensions and so on, it's not helping. But then we have, along the way, introduced a lot of different models, working models, collaboration with the customers. Yeah, we call it, let's say, volume purchase agreement. We sign some agreements. We allocate certain corridors for you. What do you call capacity reservation? We sign certain agreement. And in fact, one of the biggest achievement we have was that globally we have about 5 or 6 OEM who jointly invest together with us. What does it mean? It was in a news some 2 years back. we collected 1 billion from OEM. 1 billion from OEM is actually right now in our investment partly with the equipment, and then you kind of, these are the line and the capacity that is guaranteed. All right. So, and it is so important, very simple. If your car, we don't deliver you a microcontroller that is $5 for your engine control, you cannot produce the car. Forget about it. So I guess everybody has understood the importance of the semiconductor from there. Yeah. So I think yes, there are a lot more which I think at least from the very high level here that yeah, we are doing a lot and we will continue. And I'm taking this opportunity because the next allocation will come. It is a cyclical thing. We are not. I don't know when. I can't tell you, but it will come. So I want to really work with a lot of partners here and customers to prepare ourselves for the next challenges.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lim, for scaring us. Thank you. But we are quite scared already. Although, like what Mr. Kasbekar said, we as Indians are typically good at crisis management, but our crisis management is basically a response to what is happening right now. And I think that approach won't work because what happened in 2020-21 may happen again with semiconductor chip shortages in the near future, and it is a very high probability event given how geopolitics is coming. And, you know, I don't want to get into the politics of it, but given where Taiwan is, given where China is, all of that makes it a high likelihood event. And at that time, again, we will sit here and we'll have this session in which we'll talk about semiconductors. McKinsey will make a presentation. And we will solve it somehow for that 6 months. But what is lost, those 500 billion have never come back. They evaporated. That was our opportunity that never came to us. So I hope, and thank you, like I said, for setting everyone straight. I hope the tier ones, who are your primary buyers, do this and take this up and partner more closely with chip makers. We certainly have learned this lesson in the last 4 years. The OEMs, obviously, the lesson is they have to be pressing their suppliers again on this problem and not just on magnets. It changes. Whatever is the new bottleneck, the pressure from OEMs changes to that new flavor. So thank you. I will move next to Sriram. And you're the only one here who has the vantage point of an Indian company, but exporting to the world. So how do you see this crisis? And what are you doing to build your response? So like I asked you last night, how affected are you and what are you going to do about it?
So thank you, Vik. So as we look at the next 10 years, let's say, there are short-term blips and there's a long-term roadmap. So I know you started with the world is flat. You see the mountains when you're walking in the valley, but when you're on the space station, it's still pretty flat, right? So I'm pretty confident that longer term, as we look at our future, it is still bright, right? We have a good growing economy, both domestic as well as a global economy we can serve. And we do have to make sure we have the right roadmap and preparation to serve that global market. However, we cannot ignore, as I'm sure you're very aware yourself, of the short-term consequences, whether it's rare earths, whether it's tariffs, whether it's chip shortages. So we've all been scarred by it. Our industry is geared for efficiency. Our industry is geared for cost optimization. And unfortunately, I would say our memory is pretty short, right? So when we go through a crisis, we respond quickly, we find a solution, we all state the ambition of building resiliency, but resiliency comes with cost. You have to adapt something you do to get resilient. So whether it is additional inventories in the supply chain, whether it's redundant manufacturing capacities, these are expensive. These require long-term commitments. And once you're past the crisis, I think the willingness of multiple parties to engage in this goes down very quickly. So while we do have a great opportunity ahead, I think one of the key things we have to focus on, both as industry, government working with industry, is to set a long-term roadmap, right? Things that are in our control, whether it's regulations, whether it's things like logistics and supply chain, we have to make sure that those are built with suitable thought 5 years out. We don't want regulations hitting us in the next year or in the next year and a half. Similarly, on logistics, I think there is systematic investment already going in from the government, and that has to continue. It's not a sprint, it's a long-term haul. The other thing you look at is sustainability. The world was really talking about sustainability in a very sharp way 5-6 years ago. That has come down. But as we think about it, it is important to reduce carbon emissions. We see CBAM coming across the horizon. And today, we have gone from probably 10% renewable power to 70% in 3 years. Not just because it's the right thing to do, it was also the cost-effective thing to do for us. But should we go to 100% reliant on wind and solar, right? That is, again, resilience. The moment you say 100% on one source of power, you're not resilient. So the question becomes, what is the right balance to trade off between sustainability goals, cost, and resilience down the line? So I think these are challenges all of us face every day. And like you said, long term, we are very optimistic. We're positive. We're on the right trajectory. Short term, we are reactive. And honestly, if you ask me today, I don't have the right answer for you saying, how do you build resilience without real cooperation from the entire industry to say we will bear the cost of resilience? It's tough.
Yeah, so Shriyam, thank you for mentioning all the problems in one answer. Tariffs, rare earths, CBAM, I have all of these and some more, just for good measure. Which is why I wanted to be moderating and not be on the panel. I don't want to take everyone down with me. So, again, all the answers are basically leading to that all the plans that we have, short-term or long-term, are talking about extra expense for the same result, which is something we all have to figure out, is that old model of, being super optimized in our inventories, in supply chains, in manufacturing, may not work, and more buffers are needed. How do you do that? And this is for everybody to think about. In an industry where average margins are about 10% EBITDA, R&D, do more CapEx, have more nearshoring, friendshoring. We don't even right now know who our friends are. It changes every day. So if you have to do all of these are investments and expenses for a very low margin industry. Where will this capital come from? I wish someone from the government was there. How would the government support us in bridging this capital gap? These are things I think everyone has to think about. But now I'll move to our German or European colleagues, the two giants of the auto component industry. First, I'll start with the biggest big daddy, Bosch, Mr. Madlapur. Sir, how do you see this crisis? And does it mean Bosch India becomes a smaller part of the Bosch global plans, or does it maintain the course it has been maintaining for so long?
Okay, I think it's a very fair thing to say that the transition in the auto industry is at a truly inflection point. It's never been this fast, and it's never had this much of new technology coming in. So from that perspective, I think it's very relevant to sit back and reflect what's going on in the industry. How do we prepare ourselves for the next wave, and what do we really need to do in terms of R&D, in terms of the way we build or design products or manufacture them. I think as a technology company, we very strongly believe in doing it right as products which are to be developed for the market. You can also be opportunistic and just do a short-term joint venture or do a technology partnership. There's nothing right or wrong, but as a technology company which has lasted for over 100 years globally and also in India, I think our core is in the investments we make towards technology. Globally, we invest about 6 to 8 billion euro a year on R&D. So that's one way we make ourselves resilient in terms of what is coming up in the future, how do we prepare ourselves for the future, what do we need to do to stay on top of this game. And this 6 to 8% investment in R&D is a trend that we also bring it back into India and do it in the Indian context as well. So we spend a lot of money. So you asked earlier who's going to spend. So as a technology company, we certainly spend a lot of money on R&D. We are also quite well vertically integrated. So right from semiconductors, many people may not know that we are a big semiconductor design and manufacturing company ourselves. Just like Infineon is in the automotive space, we also do a lot of semiconductors. We have our own fabs, and we manufacture a lot of components which are unique to the auto space. So there we try to make our own supply chain resilient from these shocks. We also do a lot of investment in future tech. I mean, auto industry has been very largely a mechatronics industry, mechanical and electronics. And from there, it's moving more and more into very heavy inclusion of electronics. We've also gone into a phase of software, and now the AI wave is coming into the auto industry. So there is a lot of investment required today in software and AI, and that's something we do extremely a lot these days. In India, we have one of the largest R&D centers of any auto company. We have about 25,000 engineers in India working for the globe and also for Indian applications. We do a lot of work from platform developments all the way up to application engineering, working with the OEMs. So these are all ways in which we make ourselves resilient, and we also sort of support the auto industry to be resilient. So that's how I would say we work across the chain, right from design to manufacturing. I mean, we are one of the largest high volume manufacturers of auto components. So that's another area where we put a lot of effort in.
So, great answer, and it's given me another thought. So, is the future such that it belongs to the big guys who can be vertically integrated, have the capital, the billions to invest in R&D, and having locations everywhere in the world? Or is there still room? Like our industry, our ACMA fraternity has about 1,000 members. The average size is actually quite small. What happens to this supply chain? Because like you, if everybody makes semiconductors to software to the component, the motor, maybe one day you'll make the whole vehicle, but why would other people exist? So is the world in this crisis then going to consolidate in the hands of the big? Or does this world order still remain? And I will spare you, and I'll have my friend Akash answer this question because he's in the similar boat. Being ZF, they're the third largest. So.
Well, thank you, Vikram. I'll go to a little different perspective because whatever my colleague Guru Prasad said here from the industry, it's very much true, the same for us as ZF globally. 6 to 8% invested, ready with the new technologies, moving to new things. EV is all around and so on and so forth. But I'll take it from the perspective that even in a global company, I guess whether it is Bosch, ZF or others, there is an India picture and there is a developed world picture. So I think when you sit in the headquarters today, it's about looking at what to rationalize, what to cut, because we are living in a VUCA world and volumes are going down globally and everyone thinks 24 was bad, 25 turned out to be worse, 26 now seems to be again going in a worse off situation. But that's not what we live in India. Of course, we all complain that we have a difficult situation, but I can promise that we have something to look forward with Viksit Bharat. We have something in volumes to look forward. I think the best would have been that there is crisis only with our customers sitting to my left and right and others here. And we as ACMA don't feel anything, but we know that we are their partners. So they go through big changes because of what's happening in the market, and that also hits us. So I think for us it is more bringing the right technologies to India, bringing the right investments, because the global as a global giant, you would like to focus only on new technologies because they look very interesting. but how to make sure that those new technologies start out of India. Can we use the engineering base of India, which we also do the same as others? Can we use the engineering base of India much more than what we do, rather than just doing part work? Can we be assigned full tasks, which has started to happen? So I think those are the challenges in today's VUCA world we are going through. How to bring more to India. There could be technologies, because ICE, we know, and we saw on the presentation there, that ICE is an opportunity for us, but globally everybody wants to focus on something else. So as global companies, we look at closing down in a very short period most of the things around it, but that's not the story in India. Here we still have to go to higher transmissions. Here we still have to go to more forward-looking ADAS technologies. We have to go into more safety-related, environment-related things where we have to cover the gap which the developed world has today. So I think for us, it's very much using India as a base, not only for India to serve our Indian customers, which happens on 4 legs, through local and global sourcing out of India. Secondly, through local manufacturing, which can not only help our customers in India, but will also make it very efficient for our plants in Europe, or our in Europe to take the challenges from our northeastern neighbor, which is coming in there. The third area is, of course, engineering and prototype validation, bring that more into the country to meet the new needs here, which is happening with the change in technology, because we need to make the supplier system ready, which is not. And then, of course, I think it was shared also there on the presentation, that people and talent. And that is what we have a lot, but it was also said there that we hardly invest in R&D. So I think that is what we as a multinational as well as local companies within ACMA need to do much more. I think digitization is extremely important. I think that is something which we're trying to use for ourselves in the Indian system to make ourselves more efficient for our customers in India and other places. So yeah, it will be a VUCA world. As you rightly said, today it's about semiconductors, tomorrow it's about something else. But I think this would continue for the next 5 to 10 years. But having said that, we all are sitting on an opportunity which is great, with smiling faces, and great opportunity to grow the market. So we must make the best use of it, whether as ACMA we are Indian or international players. Thank you.
Thanks, Akash, but you neatly skirted that question. Do the big continue to get bigger, or the same structure of tier 1, 2, 3 remains?
No, I tried not to answer it, but you don't let it go. I think there is a... I don't think there is anything big or small in today's world. It depends on the category you are, it depends on the product you are, it depends who takes the lead. We know a lot of car brands which did not exist 10 years brand, and today they are the biggest in the world. Yeah? We all know the Kodak story, and we know what has happened on the other side. So it's not about big or small, it's about keeping your eyes open, be resilient, be agile, as has been said earlier, be ready for change. And if you are big and you can be agile, you can be resilient for change, you can keep on making investments, you can keep on doing R&D, manufacturing, etc., the big will grow bigger. But if you cannot, then the big will disappear. And as big, we cannot do everything. It's very logical today. It is the age of collaboration. This is the age to work with startups. This is the age to work with other partners. There is no, in today's world, there is no competitor, or there is no, because it's very different how it was 20 years back. So I think we have to get a balance of both, and that will make survival possible, and agility is the way forward.
Yeah. Excellent, excellent answer. So it's not big get bigger, it's not small get smaller, it's big, fast, and more collaborative win. Small, fast, and collaborative also can win. Basically, you at least need to have 2 out of 3. But if you're 1 out of 3, yeah, I think the future looks slightly grim. 2024 was not so great. 25 is not looking great either. 26, we don't know. Any Simpsons fans out there? Bart Simpson asks his dad, he tells his dad that this is the worst day of my life. And Homer answers, worst day of your life yet. So let's see how bad it gets now. And hopefully optimism prevails and Akash's worldview is the one that we all get to. So now that we've done the first common question, let me ask, I'd say, specific follow-up questions which are more pertinent to your situation. So I'll start again with Mr. Mani. So Mr. Mani, your role obviously has two aspects already. You're the CEO of an EV company and the CEO of a largely ICE truck maker. How do you manage capital allocation across these two when the trend of what is going to happen, the regulatory frameworks around electrification, as well as the supply chain, like availability of batteries, cells, availability of rare earth magnets, with everything in flux, how do you allocate capital for the short term and for the long term?
Oh, okay. Maybe perhaps I didn't finish my first question's answer. I was waiting for the second turn to come. So let me, because there is an opportunity of thanking the entire, fraternity out here. So I was just wondering, I was just talking to my team 3 months back. They said there is something called as a rare earth material is becoming a problem. I said, if it is a rare earth material, then what exactly we did? We didn't know anything. They talked about something called as a Sumerian, Caledonian, terbium, neodymium, dysphorosum. All these names were coming up across. I think last year when we were discussing, I think most of us wouldn't have even bothered about thinking about all these things together. And today, in the last 3-4 months, we have been really thinking on this as to what directionally we did. So having tested those example of a resilience, I think I would like to credit the way how all our sensors by most of the companies here, in terms of ICE, they were quickly, in a flawless manner, effortlessly we could actually convert. Is the finest example of the growing Bharat, how a resilience can actually get developed. I think the team deserves a big round of applause the way how we managed it. Can we have a big round of applause for making it happen? But having said that, we have a problem in EV vehicles. The magnets which are being used cannot be substituted so easily. And of course, there are things to learn. I think we are going to do that. I think that is what probably we are trying to learn. And today's Honorable Minister talked about it. And the way other companies are already started training there, I think it's going to be a time before we actually come out of this also. So our friends of McKinsey also talked about still 22-28% of still imports are happening from across the places, whether it is multiple EUMs, a lot of stills there, it's aluminum or whatever it is. I think we need to really start working towards our localization perspective. That's point number one. So I think probably I should be thankful to the entire fraternity out here to manage it. I'm sure whatever happens, we are going to manage the same. Coming back to your question about this, we talked about very clearly, boldly, we made a statement that we are going to be the last person around the globe to be here. I think last year in this forum, I also talked about the same. So we are, as a country, as a company, we are going to work towards this direction of ICE being the last person, and also in terms of how the transition happens around the world, around this wonderful country also. So having said that, we are very closer to the customer. We are the best one to understand. Partly I'm able to connect with what Akash was talking about, what Guru also was talking about. Since we are the closest to the customer, we understand what exactly the needs of the customer. So our constant endeavor is to really start working towards, yesterday Honorable Minister also talked about Euro 7's preparations. I think we need to really work on this direction as well. So multi-fuel and fuel agnostic mode is the one area where ICE would demand. So whether it is LNG, CNG, hybrids, hydrogen ICE, hydrogen fuel cell, I think these are all a lot of plethora of possibilities are there. I think with the team who are present here, we are going to start working towards this direction only. All our investments towards that direction has already been going on. Predominantly, OEMs would like to be an aggregator, and we like to depend on the major players like the people who are sitting right and left to me, leaving them to really start working towards better technology, which can actually satisfy the needs of the customers so that we don't have to really concentrate on this area, and we can do that. That is one portion of how we go to take the ICE as a perspective. EV is definitely a different ballgame altogether. Even in China, as an outstands, I think CV is close to 15 to 17% of penetration out of 3 million plus CVs. I think they also have been catching up. Probably even we can come to that level is a matter of a volume game. EV is predominantly currently is a bus is driven by the state government's orders, bus movement not really into the private. I think that requires a different ballgame altogether because it's all working on a GCC-based costing, which means the cost is going to be the most crucial factor on that. Along with the team here, along with the way we have an experience of a lot of ICE-based organization, that investments are going on in a big way as to how do we really make it cost-effective manner to really give a right kind of service. But the other area where we can do is a last-mile connectivity and all of mid-mile connectivity where, and also in terms of long-haul basis. These are all the places where maybe by 2030 we like to bring across models from 55-tonner, 19-tonner, to 2 to 3.5 tonners, and also in bus also multiple areas of 12 meters, 9 meters. Every year we need to bring out a path-breaking products, a minimum of 2 in these areas to come. So if you want to do that, I think perhaps what we need to invest on, our way of thinking process is one is reach out to customer, what do they want, quickly blow back, time to market need to be reduced. We have a strong partners who are present here with whom we can actually communicate. They also have been supporting us to do that. That portion along with that, and apart from that capability building of how we can actually make it better. We have 7 different plans because we believe in making a product right next to customer. You can't keep moving that CV trucks and like a pass car, just put it on a truck, keep moving. The trucks have to be much more nearer to them. So once it is done, then we have to have multiple plans. Our flagship plans of EV and also ICE agnostic is going to come in Uttar Pradesh right now, maybe in a couple of months' time. And many of these products with the new frugal technologies of Industry 4.0 and digitalization, having knowledge gained from various across the places, I think this is a game of a beautiful and smarter way of investments, which is going to play, especially in CV and especially in our company. I think as a whole together, I think what we see is that if you are ready for 30% of EV, or will it be less than that? At that time, anyway, the growth of the industry and growth of the country also will keep going up. Whether we'll be able to manage this as well as the international markets on what we are focusing on, that's what the key is. I think it's going to be a great period to really watch out for. Keep yourselves so abreast and be ready to really change all these across the places. I think that's what I've been focus area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the message is pretty clear that in this time, whether it be capital allocation, R&D, everything is, tactical agility is far more important than just one fixed strategic thinking. So, good lesson, because I think when things are changing so fast, more mission control mode or Aufgabentaktik, as the Germans say, that is more required right now. We only have 10 minutes left in our time, so I'll request everyone to keep their answers under 2 minutes, the next one. So, Mr. Arora, sir, to you, I'll bring back that question. I think McKinsey in their presentation said India is emerging as a safe bet trade corridor. How do you see the Skoda Volkswagen leveraging India as an export hub, specifically with the context of, as I said, CBAM?
I think for us, the exporting out of India was always the part of our strategy from the very beginning. It's heartening to see that India is coming out as safe bet, but I do believe that the inherent strength of India, whether it is in terms of technology, skilled workforce, I think very competitive pricing, it has always been a destination for our group to utilize India as an export opportunity. And we have been doing that. Just to give you some data point, Indian passenger vehicle export volumes are close to maybe 12 to 15% of the total production. We have been doing it 25 to 30% in the last years and continue to do so. Having said that, for me, what is important right now is that we utilize the complete ecosystem in India for product development for India and also for the opportunity for exports. So our latest generation products as well as the future generation cars will always have that understanding that we develop the utilize the complete ecosystem, including the product development, including the suppliers, so that we are able to export the cars to different geographies. We are exporting to more than 40 countries at this point in time. Something new which we have started doing is as well the India developed products we are also utilizing to make an entry for our group, which was not very strong in the Southeast Asian market, with supplying Indian product parts and components to Vietnam. And that would become kind of a business model for us if we are able to scale that and gain more market share in terms of that. So the export out of India is definitely something which we are looking at. The inherent strength of the India as a trading partner for many countries, and the recent developments with respect to the bilateral trade agreements, I think they are going to open up even further opportunities for us to export. While we do believe, or I do believe that considering the capacities which we have back in Europe, there might not be at this stage an need or an opportunity to export back to Europe. But I think the type of products which we are looking at, which we will develop in India, you never know that they will find their way back into the European subcontinent as well. So that remains very clearly our focus, and I think the direction in which Indian government is taking the bilateral trade agreements is definitely going to facilitate that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And great to have opportunities for exporting even components out of India through you guys. So good message for the fraternity. And I hope so too. The EU-India FTA happens soon, and we all have at least something good happen in our life after a while. So Mr. Kasbek, it's a different question taking off from the thing you mentioned about electrification. Now, electrification is happening in India, mostly in your area, two-wheelers. So how does Hero, looking at this thing, how do you work on your supply chain to make electric two-wheelers as affordable as their ICE counterparts?
So one thing is certain, that in auto industry, anything that comes in, the entire ecosystem works towards reducing the costs. And I think the whole industry is very good at that. So the difference is, I think, unique here is only the EV powertrain. The government has given, I think, good initiatives, good incentives with FAME 1, 2, 3, and now PLI to handhold to some extent. But going forward, there are very clear plans to see how the EV powertrain cost will come down. And the targets are there to come down year on year. First is to break even, have the positive contribution, and then the positive EBITDA. Now, this is what we feel is again the future. And today, earlier there were earlier adapters now, but today about 1 million vehicles plus are being sold. And there's a huge demand because they find the operational cost quite low. Second aspect is, of course, charging. Now, I remember that dialogue in the Maruti, kitna deti hai? So here also it is, kitna range hai? But more than that, that's the initial factor. But the second factor which comes to is once the battery drains off, how fast you can charge it. So the rapid charging is something which will sort of de-risk those people. And the second aspect that comes through is, the anxiety of fire and those things are already gone. So today the technology has stabilized. You hardly find any of these incidents which are happening earlier. So the confidence of the people is growing, and more you see on the road, more it will come through. And economies of scale will definitely bring down the costs.
Thank you, sir. I too believe that electrification is here to stay. It is inevitable. It's irreversible. And the day battery prices, the cell prices go down below $60, actually the manufacturing itself will become cheaper. And when a vehicle is cheaper, more economically or more environmentally efficient, and the user finds a better payback, it is inevitable that it will go in that direction. So I believe in all of those things. Let's hope battery prices come down sooner. So Mr. Lim, because you have scared us enough about what can happen if semiconductors are not available. When 50 million lines of code per vehicle go to 500 million lines of code, we will need a lot more microprocessors. We'll need all sorts of chips and integrated circuits. Now, as India in this geopolitical environment, to be sure, so this is my question to you, that we depend, almost half of semiconductor chips come from outside India. It is, I face the pain personally, and he faces the pain, so we know this. How do you solve this for India and the fraternity? Does Infineon have any plans to make a local supply chain available for chips in India?
A very good question. My CEO was here a couple of months ago and he had met up with Prime Minister Modi. I think the same question was raised. No, not at the moment. I guess the whole strategy of Infineon in terms of footprints for the factory, be it the front end and back end, and also whether it's OSAT and foundries partners, for example, has been mapped out as far back as about 10 years ago. So I think this was clear because this was debated and deliberated between Prime Minister Modi and my CEO here. Yeah, that's at least what I know. Whether the higher board level that they have made any decision, I can't comment, I do not know.
I hope that answer changes, because as Ganeshwani sir said, as Kasbekar sir said, magnets, chips, software, these things have to be made in India if we are to weather this crisis in a long-term way. And I hope other chip makers also listen and do something. I know that we as a market for semiconductor chips are still not as large as some of the others, but it will come. All of us as tier ones or as OEMs are working towards putting more electronics and software in cars. So it will come and it will be a big enough market, and the first movers will definitely have that advantage.
Maybe I can add on is that in the recent 1 year, we have actually engaged 2 local companies to produce, I think, MEMS sensor as well as for some MOSFETs. Not exactly for automotive at the moment, but it's more for consumer industry. So I think there were some press announcements a couple of months back. So we actually will be supplying the chips, and the local companies are actually producing. I think that is also itself is a very important first step to come into India to understand, do some collaboration with local partners to understand the market. Yeah, I think that itself is a good start, in my opinion. Yeah.
I think that's a great answer. I think Renesas has already collaborated with TI. I think it goes back to the same point we made, sir. I think big, agile, collaborative, that is my takeaway from all of this so far. So I'll now move to Sriram. Sriram, this is more around your products. So apart from all of these geopolitical things that the industry faces, you also have demand issues, at least from where I understand, from braking systems, standards, regulations around that are forever becoming more and more stringent. Obviously, if you have extra work to do, the cost goes up. The price goes up, thus affecting the overall demand of the vehicle. So how are you navigating this extra additional challenge?
No, I think we are convinced and resigned to the fact that safety standards will get stricter across the world. In addition to that, emissions, those standards will also keep evolving. So a few things we do. One is we definitely take part in some of the leading colloquiums around the world. So whether it's the SAE Brake Colloquium or Euro Brake, we are participants where we also present papers. Our teams are doing a lot of R&D in this space. I think the answer, single line answer, is investment in R&D, right? That is the only way we can keep up with what is required globally, and that is the only way we can push the boundary to have a good, safe product at a cost-effective point. So the other thing that was said is you have to be agile and work in cooperation. We know we cannot do everything ourselves. So whether it's on software and semiconductors, whether it's on functional safety of the entire vehicle, we work with partners across the board to try and get the right solutions in place. But at the end of the day, I think we do have to have a very good core R&D engine. So publishing papers, getting patents out there, taking part in broader colloquiums globally to be able to stand on your own feet in front of global audiences, I think is critical for each one of us to do, and something we've been doing for a few years now.
No, great answer. Actually, just for everyone to take away, I mean, on R&D and the point of patents, we had actually started giving non-KPI incentives, like patent application and filing. over and above the normal KPIs for R&D people, because this culture needs to be fed a lot more, I think. So that's a great point. I think we need to do that. Sir, coming back to you and the point, I think, that I was trying to get Akash to answer. Now I'll get you to answer. So if you look at CBAM, it makes at least 10 to 25% cost go up in exporting. And maybe this is for everyone who can learn from Bosch. What is Bosch doing to ensure that there is more sustainability built into everything that they do? So this 10 to 25 is 10, not 25. And again, that same question, that does this make the big become bigger, and the smaller people who can't afford to do all this, what happens to them?
I think, I think it's fair to now say that there's no distinction, real distinction between big and small. If you look at some of the nicest cars coming out of China, they're not coming from just the big old legacy companies. They're coming also from a Xiaomi. The SU7 looks a fantastic car, has features which are really good. So they are, of course, they also have a lot of Bosch in it, so I'm proud of it. But there is a lot of things that are happening also from the startup world and from small companies, and also from companies which never did auto before. That's a radical change in this world, where somebody who is totally new to auto has come in and done something. So big or small is not really the issue anymore. But I think how resilient you are, how well controlled your supply chain is, and that sort of gets into the question you asked. I think what we've been looking at, we believe sustainability as a core value at Bosch. And so we sort of propagate that message back into our suppliers in a very, very consistent way. We do very careful supplier evaluations based on SBTi, the science-based target model, and also based on the carbon disclosure project model. So we do supplier evaluations. We ask for their carbon rating for the products. We see how they evaluate things, how they do build sustainability into their own products and processes. At this point of time, we are not sort of penalizing anybody, but we are sort of encouraging them. We are helping them get to higher levels. And we are ourselves carbon neutral on scope 1 and 2 since 2020. We are one of the first companies to get there. And we're on our journey towards scope 3 now. And there we handhold a lot of our suppliers and our partners. Just like we work with our OEMs, we also work with our suppliers quite consistently to ensure that the carbon-related taxes don't have a big impact, and we're able to meet this very effectively from India.
No, thank you, sir. I think for anybody who is exporting to Europe or planning to export to Europe, I think expanding the scope from scope 1 level emission capture to scope 2 and scope 3 is very important, because in this tax adjustment, they will look at down to scope 3. So tier 2, tier 3 suppliers also become important. Who you choose, the selection criteria, I think there is a lot of work to be done in that field. So last question of the day, I go to Akash. And because you answered my last question so brilliantly, I'm going to add another McKinsey question, because they very calmly went away after saying last man standing in ice. How do we know we are going to be last man standing in ice as a country? Second, what can ZF do to ensure that if not last man standing or last woman standing, we are one of the few last people standing?
Yeah. Thanks. We need to catch up after this for all the, but I think ICE, as we said, this is the biggest opportunity for us. There are a lot of technologies on ICE with the world moving forward, or especially India moving forward, which are still not here. And I'm not talking about engines, I'm more talking about safety things like ADAS coming in, I'm talking about bigger transmissions coming in, and I'm talking across the industry, not just in passenger car, but also trucks, buses, construction. Because each of these areas, at least in our country, is going to have 50 to 100% growth in the next 5 years. So, so very much for us, I think we are trying that can we move some of these technologies or some of the, let's say, a couple of plants out of the 162 global plants to India, where India offers the volume, and then you source it globally also, because ICE will also remain a great opportunity when it comes to Middle East or it comes to Africa and certain other parts, and it will not also go away fully in rest of the world, even if the aim is in a lot of them that it's 2035 that it goes. And that also means that for ICE as well as for other, there is a supplier network which puts into place. Now again, going back to your argument on big and small, I don't know why you keep on pushing it, but I think a lot of suppliers here need to be made ready. Today for us, if we're looking at a lot of growth in India on ICE or other areas, including EV, there's also bigger growth we're looking actually in global sourcing. So today we do about 6,500 crores out of India, and we're aiming to do 25,000 crores of sourcing out of India, which means we have today 700 suppliers. It'll probably go to 2,000 plus suppliers.
Session with him. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Imagine a world where technology enhances every aspect of life. A world driven by innovation, collaboration, and forward-thinking solutions.
आप लगाओ उनको. Hello, Nitin ji, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. आपका आवाज आ रहा है मुझे. मेरा आवाज आ रहा है क्या आपको?
I'm very much audible, right?
Okay.
So we'll play the video next. If you'd just like to have a demo.
Yeah, but so just I want to test the podium and who will be interacting from there.
What do you exactly want? You want us to play the video of Honorable Minister?
No, वीडियो बाद में प्ले करेंगे मैम. मुझे पहले माइक चेक करा दीजिए. जो स्टेज पे माइक होंगे वो सब माइक चेक करा दीजिए.
Okay, you want to check the mic for the moderator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so from this place, the MC would welcome sir. Thereafter, the video would be played, and
Okay.
I think Hormus would be sitting on the dais, and he can have any mic. I'll quickly check.
Yeah, any mic you can check. First, just I want to check whether the audio is clear or not.
Your voice is echoing. Just one. Hold on a minute, Nitin ji. I'm just checking with the mic. Hello, Nitin ji. Can you hear me now? So the mic on which I'm talking, this would be the mic being used by the moderator.
वीडियो कंसोल पे जो भी है उनको स्टेज व्यू दिखाने बोलिए. हमको हमारा VC का व्यू आ रहा है.
Sorry?
जो कोई भी वीडियो कंसोल पे ऑपरेट कर रहा है ना मैम, वीडियो वीसी जो
अच्छा,
ऑपरेट कर
यू
रहा है
वांट द वीडियो टू बी
हमको कैमरा दिखाए, हमको
दीपक आप
VC
वीडियो
फ्रेम ना
ऑन कर
दिखाए।
दीजिए इधर का. हाँ, we'll play, just hold on.
या यस मैम, अभी आप दिख रहे हैं मुझे.
So can you, हाँ. So
जी.
this is me on the stage and this would be the center stage. उसके backdrop में वीडियो आएगा जहाँ पे networking lunch लिखा है अभी.
जी.
Okay. So this would be the space जहाँ पर सर का वीडियो प्ले होगा and I think Hormus would be sitting exactly in the middle of the stage.
Okay.
And the video would be played here in.
ओके मैम, सेकंड एक है कि वहाँ से अभी जहाँ से सर बोलेंगे वहाँ से भी टेस्टिंग करेंगे, उनका ऑडियो आएगा, उनसे एक बार कोऑर्डिनेट करनी. चेतन है, आप एक बार वहाँ से टेस्टिंग करा दीजिए. चेतन आप लाइन पे हो? चेतन वहाँ से सर का माइक टेस्टिंग करा दीजिए एक बार.
हेलो.
चेतन जी, am I audible?
आवाज आ रही है मैम?
चेतन जी, आपका ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है, जरा चेक कीजिए वहाँ पे.
No.
हेलो.
Hello.
मैम आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
आपकी आवाज़ आ रही है बट ना बहुत धीरे आ रही है. ठीक है, आप वॉल्यूम थोड़ा तेज़ करवाइए.
हेलो. माइक चेक. हेलो माइक.
थोड़ा बेटर है.
हेलो माइक चेक.
बेटर नाउ.
हेलो माइक चेक. ओके.
आपको मेरी आवाज़ क्लियर आ रही है चेतन जी?
हाँ मैम.
नितिन जी, मैं एक चीज़ और जानना चाहती हूँ. वुड यू लाइक कि हम सेंटर वाला जो सीट है वो मतलब विद द नेम बैच ऑफ ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर एम्प्टी रखें और उसके बाजू वाला सीट हॉर्मस को दे, या आर यू फाइन के सर का फोटो वीडियो पीछे चलेगा एंड यहाँ पर हॉर्मस एडजेसेंट बैठ जाए?
नहीं मैम, अगर आप बैक स्क्रीन पे अगर सर का वीडियो वीसी में जब बोलेंगे सर अगर वो दिखाते हैं तो सब बैकलाइट आता है एंड वहाँ पे जो स्टेज पे बैठे हैं वो दिखेंगे नहीं प्रॉपर.
ओके.
जी, तो मेरा प्रेफरेंस रहेगा कि आप साइड स्क्रीन पे दिखाएंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा. सेंटर स्क्रीन छोड़ दीजिए, सेंटर स्क्रीन पे आपका जो लोगो अभी चल रहा है वो चला सकते हैं.
ठीक है, तो हम साइड स्क्रीन पे सर का वीडियो चलने देंगे, सेंटर स्क्रीन पे जैसा चल रहा है वैसे चलने देंगे.
ठीक है. सर का ये भी आप सेंटर स्क्रीन पे प्ले कीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. बट जब साहब बोलेंगे तो साहब का फ्रेम में सेंटर स्क्रीन पे मत डालिए, साइड स्क्रीन पे रहेगा तो ज्यादा अच्छा.
हाँ, हम साइड स्क्रीन पे कर देंगे और वीडियो पिन कर देंगे तो पूरा स्क्रीन कैप्चर हो जाएगा. फिर ये दोनों वीडियो मतलब हमारा जो वीडियो आपको दिख रहा है वो चला जाएगा, आपका वाला चला जाएगा, सेंटर में सर का वीडियो आ जाएगा.
मैम मेरी एक और रिक्वेस्ट थी कि जब साहब बोलते हैं तो अभी जैसा आपने लैपटॉप का स्क्रीन हमको मिरर किया था,
हाँ,
वो ना करते हुए अभी हमको स्टेज एंड पब्लिक ही दिखाए जब भी साहब का इंटरेक्शन होगा.
हाँ, ओके. दीपक, आप एक जिस स्क्रीन पे सर हैं, चेतन जी वाली स्क्रीन है जिसपे मॉर्थ लिखा हुआ है, आप उस स्क्रीन को फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए कंसीडरिंग के. हाँ, ठीक है.
मैम वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग में कभी भी मिरर मत कीजिए प्लीज. पूरे वीसी में ये जो फ्रेम अभी आ रही है वही रखिए.
हाँ, हम यही स्क्रीन रखेंगे. मैं बस ये कह रही थी कि फुल स्क्रीन में सिर्फ जो मॉर्थ
फुल स्क्रीन रखिए, आप साहब को वहाँ पे फुल स्क्रीन रखिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
हाँ, हम यहाँ पे से फुल स्क्रीन कर देते हैं.
जी.
हाँ, ताकि वीडियो में पूरे दोनों साइड सर ही कैप्चर होंगे ना. हम 1 मिनट कर रहे हैं इसे, आप होल्ड करिए.
हाँ, चलेगा. एक बार आप वीडियो प्ले करके मुझे दिखा दीजिए सर का.
हम कर रहे हैं, बस 1 मिनट आप दीजिए.
जी.
दीपक, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर का वीडियो प्लीज. हाँ.
There are followers, there are leaders, and then there are visionaries, taking people and society to where they ought to be, rather where they want to be, is what separates a visionary from a mere leader. This rare quality is what sets apart Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways.
मिनिस्टर सर का वीडियो
Born in
तीनों स्क्रीन पे आएगा.
1957 into a free-thinking agricultural family.
सर का वीडियो आ रहा है मैम मुझे एंड ऑडियो भी आ रहा है.
मैं बोल रही हूँ.
Social worker inspired by the RSS.
हम ये कह रहे हैं कि जब सर का वीडियो चलेगा तो सारे स्क्रीन्स पे सर का वीडियो चलेगा, ये वाला. और जब वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग में क्वेश्चन आंसर होंगे तो सिर्फ साइड की स्क्रीन पे सर दिखेंगे और बैकड्रॉप ये चलेगा.
हाँ मैम चलेगा.
है ना?
हाँ एक बार कैमरा स्विच कर दीजिए. वीडियो कंसोल पे जो है वीडियो ऑफ कर रही है.
वीडियो ऑफ कर दीजिए.
The foundation for the magnificent
कर रहे हैं एक मिनट.
Worli Sea Link was also readied during this time. The jewel in the crown of Maharashtra.
जी.
अभी आपका लोगो आ रहा है मुझे.
अब बेटर है.
हाँ अभी ठीक है.
जी.
जी ये कैमरा का फीड एंड पब्लिक एंड जो क्वेश्चन देंगे मैम उनका ही कैमरा फीड रखिए प्लीज. कुछ भी मिरर मत कीजिए कुछ भी. मतलब लैपटॉप की स्क्रीन कभी भी मिरर मत कीजिए पूरी वीसी में. उससे क्या होता है कि सर खुद अपने खुद को देखते हैं तो अच्छा नहीं लगता है वो देखने में.
नितिन जी फिर से बोलिए, मैं मिस आउट कर गई प्लीज.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि लैपटॉप का स्क्रीन मिरर मत कीजिए वीसी में. जो अभी फ्रेम दिया है कैमरा का फीड जो आ रहा है वो कैमरा का फीड ही रखिए.
ओके दीपक प्लीज स्क्रीन मिरर नहीं करेंगे. हम एक बार नोट कर लेते हैं जो सर कह रहे हैं.
जी
जी कर लिया हमने. अभी आपको ठीक लग रहा है सर?
जी मैम ये परफेक्ट रहने यही रहेगा. इसका ध्यान रखिए प्लीज.
ठीक है तो नितिन जी हम इसे कनेक्ट करके छोड़ रहे हैं, ऐसा ही म्यूट कर दे रहे हैं. आप ये चाहते हैं कि हम इसे रिकॉर्ड करें या स्क्रीन तो ऑलरेडी रिकॉर्ड हो रही है? ये यूट्यूब पे लाइव टेलीकास्ट चल रहा है.
यूट्यूब का मैम अगर आपको रिकॉर्ड करना है आप रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं. उसके लिए हम कुछ ये नहीं करेंगे. हम हमारा इधर हमारा जो ब्रॉडकास्ट होगा वो सर का पेज पे होगा.
ओके ठीक है.
जी
ठीक है जी. जो ऊपर जहाँ पर सोफा है वो वाला पूरा ऐसे फुल स्क्रीन में आएगा.
his office and he's going to be joining us online. May I request everyone to be kindly taking your seats. People who are still standing, it was a quick lunch, but hope you enjoyed your lunch. And we are once again back to be listening to our policy makers guiding us. As I mentioned, the session now with Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, and that's going to be, then we have Shri Piyush Goyal ji joining us along with the EU Trade Commissioner. That's going to be the last session of the conclave. This is going to be a fireside chat with the Honorable Minister, sir. And that's going to be moderated by Mr. Homraj Surabji from Autocar, the editor of Autocar India. Now, as we all know, Honorable Minister Sir Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, he's one minister who has been facilitating, guiding, promoting, and himself walking the talk on many key enablers of sustainable mobility, be it the development of the world-class road infrastructure, himself being an advocate of greener fuels, and then promoting safe and more future-ready transportation. माननीय श्री नितिन गडकरी जी ऑटोमोबाइल उद्योग के सबसे बड़े और सशक्त मार्गदर्शक रहे हैं। उनके दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में भारत ने हरित एवं वैकल्पिक ईंधनों को और ऐतिहासिक कदम बढ़ाए हैं। इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी को गति मिली है और विश्व स्तरीय सड़क अवसंरचना का निर्माण हुआ है। साथ ही आत्मनिर्भरता और रेजिलिएंट सप्लाई चेन्स के लिए उनका सतत प्रोत्साहन भारतीय ऑटो उद्योग को वैश्विक प्रतिस्पर्धा में और अधिक सक्षम बना रहा है। द मैसिव एंड द इम्प्रेसिव फुटप्रिंट्स व्हिच ही हैज़ बीन कास्टिंग, towards that we present you a short film on the work and the contribution of our Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. If you can play the film, please.
There are followers, there are leaders, and then there are visionaries, taking people and society. Are notified, and more than 76,500 kilometers of national highways are constructed in last 8 years. And Airport Authority. Introduction of fast tags proved to be a groundbreaking technology introduced by him that enabled faster movement of vehicles. The electronic toll collection program through fast tags helped save fuel and time and enabled seamless movement of traffic. Mr. Gadkari introduced the first ever vehicle scrapping policy, which proved to be a major boost to the fight against pollution. Unprecedented push for research and development in electric vehicles and usage of waste materials in highway construction resulted in cutting down costs and generating wealth out of waste materials. In addition, his department accomplished all of this while setting world records with regards to pace of construction. Some of the notable records are: the rate of highway construction is 37 kilometers per day, the greatest rate ever recorded in history. His ambition is to take it up to 60 kilometers per day. The Akola-Amravati Highway, which broke the world record, and the majestic 3.4 kilometer long viaduct on Wardha Road, and constructing 75 kilometer single-lane bituminous concrete road in record time of 105 hours and 33 minutes are both the culmination of Shri Nitin Gadkari's innovative ideas. Laying of highest quantity of dense bitumen over road length of 50 km single lane in 100 hours at Delhi-Vadodara Expressway project in state of Gujarat. The initiatives were unprecedented in India and they justify a place in the Guinness Book. A recent world record was set by an Indian construction company when it built a 2.5 kilometer long 4-lane cement concrete road stretch of the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway in Vadodara in under 24 hours. At the Solapur-Bijapur portion of NH52, there is a record for constructing a 26-kilometer long single-lane bitumen road in under 21 hours. Similar to Bharatmala, the Shipping Ministry under Nitin Gadkari has launched Sagarmala Port and Coastal Zone Development Projects. As part of Sagarmala program, more than 8 and Ganga rejuvenation, the monumental Namami Gange project, which carried out activities like sewage management, biodiversity conservation, afforestation, Ganga Gram, industrial effluent management, water quality monitoring and rural sanitation led to adequate flow of water, improved efficiency of surface irrigation and increased water use efficiency. Under the project, more than 200 schemes involving sewerage infrastructure, riverfront development, ghat cleaning and biodiversity were undertaken and few were completed before the timeline. In addition to the Transport and Shipping Ministry, Gadkari did a commendable job as an MSME minister. During the cultural sector, to help reduce India's massive crude oil import bill, he is working to strengthen the ecosystem for alternative fuel. Minister has several tourist attractions in mind for the Futala area of the city, making environmentally beneficial products. In addition, the product is supposed to help keep the environment clean and bring in more money for farmers. When all industries were shut during the pandemic, Mr. Gadkari was standing with his countrymen. He conducted webinars and 2,000 plus video conferences during this time. His quick decision-making in procuring oxygen PPE kits helped those affected by the deadly virus. He generously donated ambulances to NGOs, helped to set up oxygen plants, factory to make remdesivir injections and injections for mucormycosis. Thus, by showcasing strong leadership and taking quick decisions, he handled COVID situation effectively. Organizing over 1,500 successful heart surgeries is another stupendous achievement of this warm-hearted good doer.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the warm-hearted minister who walks the talk, the highwayman, the flyover man, and a minister with a Midas touch who converts even waste to wealth. और हम कहते हैं कि ऐसे मंत्री हैं जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं और जब करते हैं तब इतिहास रचते हैं. We welcome Shri Nitin Gadkari ji joining us online, the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways. And I would like to request Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, the President ACMA, for the welcome address for the session.
Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highway, Harmas Sorabji, Editor Autocar, Vikrampati Singhania, Vinny Mehta, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. It is my profound privilege to welcome the Honorable Minister to this exclusive leadership session. At the very outset, Gadkari ji, allow me to thank you for your unwavering support to our industry. The very fact that you are joining us remotely, despite your demanding schedule, is a reflection of your deep commitment to our sector. Sir, you have truly redefined mobility in India with your passion for safe, clean, deeply localized, efficient, and ecologically sustainable transportation solutions for our people. Your zeal for safety is truly infectious, and today we see its manifestation in Bharat NCAP, empowering consumers to make informed choices about safer vehicles. Equally inspiring is the unprecedented pace of national highway construction under your stewardship, setting new benchmarks not just for India, but for the world. Your steadfast focus on circularity, vehicle scrappage, and recycling is opening up new avenues for growth for our industry, while ensuring that development remains environmentally responsible and future-ready. Looking ahead, there's a sense of excitement around your continuous focus on futuristic transport infrastructure, from hyperloop corridors and electric rapid transit to ropeways and green express highways. We now look forward to hearing your insight and your vision for the future of mobility in India as you engage in a fireside chat with Harmas. Harmas, I extend a very warm welcome to you as well. You've become an integral part of ACMA, and an ACMA annual session cannot be complete without your chat session. Once again, Honorable Minister Ji, a very big thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your continued guidance. Namaskar.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, ACMA, for giving me this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to interact with the Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari. I mean, to all of us who like to drive, he is the man who makes things happen. In fact, I have to say that he might make my 90-year-old mother's dream come true. She's always been wanting to drive from Mumbai to Delhi. I think we will have the roads, and I want to take her on that road trip, which she's never done before. And it can't be done unless you have some fantastic highways, which we do. But thank you. Minister Ji, I'd like to start off with, your overall outlook of the Indian mobility landscape. And also, you set some ambitious targets. You often exceed them. So what is it that really drives you, and how do you see the mobility landscape in 2030?
It is to be great pleasure and pride for me that role of our automobile industry, mobile transport industry, is very important, particularly related with the term of Prime Minister Nitin Gadkari. The mission of all of us, which is very important to make India Atmanirbhar, not to make Indian economy of $5 trillion, third largest economy in the world. That is the mission given by the Prime Minister. So the role of automobile industry, this mobile transport industry, is very important. I am really happy that because of your continuous efforts, all stakeholders, now in the world, the size of Indian automobile industry, our number is 12. Once upon a time when I taken charge as minister, our number was 7. Now we are just surpassed Japan. Our number is 3rd. The first number is USA, that is of 78 lakh crore. Second is China, 49 lakh crore. And India is 22 lakh crore. But the way in which our industry is doing excellent jobs, the way in which the research and making new, innovative, successful experiments, in particular in the electric, ethanol, methanol, LNG, CNG, bio-CNG, biodiesel, and hydrogen. All type of successful experiments. Even in flash charging buses, even in different type of modes, particularly, they are now making ropeway, cable car, connected railway. Everywhere, our startup, they are taking good initiative, and their contribution is really very, very good. On the basis of that, I am confident that all stakeholders have got the potential to make India as #1 in the automobile industry. And that is our dream. Because of these new innovations, research and experiments, and the way in which our Indian market is already going to increase by 20%, 25%. But at the same time, the international market, there is a huge demand for our products. Our two-wheeler industry, they have their export. 50% of their production is exported. Even the all big brand company in India, now they are making big exports. Of four-wheelers, we are now in the process of
then trucks, buses, electric buses. I am confident that in due course of time we will be more competitive. Our cost will be less because we have already have a successful implementation of scrapping policy by which we are going to reduce the cost of component by 25% and by which we will be more competitive in the world market. With the quality, with the new innovations and new research, I am confident that with the help of all stakeholders who are present there, I am with the positivity and with the confidence, I am very much confident about it that we will make India within 5 years the first automobile industry in the world. And that is the potential which already you have got. With your cooperation, this is really a very, very big challenge, a difficult task. But with the positivity and confidence and the way in which our component manufacturers, our automobile industry, how they are going to develop new technology, on the basis of that, I am confident that we will fulfill this vision. Regarding vision is our policy is smart, safe and sustainable by 2030. I know that there are a lot of challenges regarding air pollution and crude oil imports. We have import of costing through crude oil of 22 lakh crore. At the same time, the air pollution is a big problem. The 40% of air pollution in the country is because of the transport sector. So our priority is to integration of all non-polluting fuels such as electric EVs, flex fuel vehicles, ethanol, hydrogen, biofuels, LNG and CNG. And a commitment for Make in India #1 auto manufacturing hub. The current size of the industry is 22 lakh crore, but I am happy that 100% the potential in the industry, 100% we have got tremendous potential by which we can achieve this goal. This is the industry which is giving maximum GST to the state and central government. This is the industry which has up till now created 4 crore jobs, and this is the industry which have got maximum export. So I am very much happy about the futuristic progress of this industry. And there are great opportunities now because our government under leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji has taken decision, reduce the GST rates, and that is exactly a good incentive for all of you. This is going to increase your market potential, boost demand and increase size of the industry. And it is a mutually win-win situation. Consumers, they're getting huge price cuts. Auto companies, their demand is going to increase. Dealers, they get better sales. Capital market, boost in auto stock. Government, increased consumption, getting more taxes. MSME and startups, opportunity for innovations. And Make in India, boost for local manufacturing. That is to be great achievement because of that. The green, safe, affordable, inclusive, technology-driven mobility system, that is exactly our mission. Develop cost-effective public transport system with low capital cost. We have just now decided to give order to Tata Motors for making flash charging electric bus, and that is the future. And I am very much happy about it, that now our vision is to convert our public transport on electricity, that is very important, which is going to reduce pollution, and that is to be important task for all of us. Our vision is very broad, very ambitious, and I am confident with the cooperation of stakeholders like you, 100% we will achieve that goal. For that reason, we need to establish cooperation, coordination, and communication between the stakeholders. Our doors are open for all of you. Whatever you need from all of us, we will help you, and we will make this industry, automobile industry, mobile transport industry, #1 in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for really setting the context and giving that overview, and also laying down a challenge for the auto industry to be #1, and also talking about what's been done in the area of green mobility. Of course, I think there's a big reason to cheer is the GST cut. I think that's come at a perfect time. But I want to turn to you've done a lot for championing clean air, for green mobility. There are a lot of options right now, and obviously OEMs have to invest in all of them. It takes a lot of resource and capital. But just from your point of view, we have electric, we have ethanol, we have hydrogen, we have biofuels. What, in your view, is the direction going forward in terms of what would be absolutely appropriate for the transport sector?
First of all, you need to understand that our import of crude oil is 22 lakh crore. By taking all initiative in alternative fuel and biofuel, still our import indicates that it is going to increase. So first of all, we need to work on all options, and energy security is very important for the country. An import of 22 lakh crores of crude oil is not good for our economy also. Economic point of view, if suppose you take the example, if we can get opportunity, and if we stop this import of 22 lakh crore, and we can take this money into Indian industry, it is going to be a very, very great effect on the socio-economic transformation of our country. The energy security, global point of view, is very, very important. Now the global instability is there, and in such a case, we need to understand that what is the importance of energy security. And the first important thing is our agriculture is the basic infrastructure, important agro-industry and agriculture is very important for our growth. And today I'm giving the example when we started making ethanol from corn. Only because of this decision, the 45,000 crore benefits going to the farmers. So diversified agriculture to energy and power sector is going to boost our agriculture, rural, tribal economy. And that is going to increase their purchasing power and there will be a great impact on Indian economy. At the same time, our approach is to promote and include all non-polluting fuels, market-based and need-based approach. Every fuel has its own economics, specialty and consumer base. In the marine engine, we are now thinking of using of methanol. In the truck transport, we can think about electric and hydrogen. We are already investing 500 crores for making hydrogen trial, particularly the 10 routes in our country. We are supporting all the Tata, Volvo, Reliance, Indian Oil, HPCL, all the companies with the cooperation that we are now implementing that project. And no need for artificial foods because our companies have tremendous potential and capacity by which even the electric scooter, when they invest in it, they are getting good response. Everywhere, in any investment for new research and new invention in auto and particularly in the industry, particularly alternative fuel and biofuel, it is economically viable. I am giving an example, the proven technology, economic viability, availability of raw material and marketability of finished product. The four important stakes which are very important as per related with the economics of the industry. Regarding these four important pillars, I am confident that our industry is very friendly for capital investment. They have got the potential for making research. They have got the potential on credibility and profits which they have. On the basis of that, they have a capability of making big investment and for the reason they are going to increase their turnover. Government is friendly, they are supporting it and that is the reason that we will get good response from it.
Thank you, sir. Clearly, I think multiple technologies, no immediate clear silver bullet. I think each technology has its role. What I'd like to turn to, which is a bit of a hot topic today, and after the ethanol rollout, pan-India, there are some misconceptions, people have some concerns. So just wanted your view, basically in terms of vehicle readiness, distribution, and above all, consumer acceptance of E20, which has, right now, just a couple of months back is now rolled out all across the country.
Already the ARAI, all automobile manufacturing companies, CM, with their press conference clear all the things. Still we don't have received any complaint. And there is no difference as per the average is concerned. It was actually in the social media, this propaganda was from one lobby and that is to be the paid propaganda from the some people was there. So it makes no difference. The truth is open to the people. And the ethanol, it is Swadeshi, Swavalamban, helping to the farmers and rural economics. At the same time, it is going to reduce import and reduce the pollution. It is a win-win situation. Now I'm asking you the one question. For 22 lakh crores of import, if you are going to reduce, is it not beneficial to the country? If adding ethanol into petrol, if it is going to reduce cost and the pollution, is not in the interest of the people, and is in place of import. If you are going to diversify this and going to help to the rural agriculture economy, is not to be interest of the nation. So all the things are clear, but sometimes it was the paid propaganda, particularly in the social media. It is to be happen every time, but people are capable, they understand the truth. And it is somewhere the lobby who is interested to make more imports for crude oil in the country. Probably they may have interest only because if it is going to be fail this all type of new experiments, the beneficiary will be the import of the crude oil. So it is to be clear thing. I feel that there is no problem, anything about it. All the competent authority already clear all the things.
Just, leading on to the ethanol point, from E20 going forward, consumers are a little worried that the blend will be increased, E25, E27. Clearly, this could have an impact on the vehicles a little bit more. Maybe right now E20 is on the edge. So what are the assurances or what is the roadmap for higher blends, which clearly would be of concern to even the industry and consumers? I mean, is there a roadmap to go to E27, which can be shared, which people can prepare for, and then going forward to flex fuels? And obviously with flex fuels, we would need to have a base level of ethanol as well as we go to flex fuel. So maybe 2 bunks would be needed. So just your thoughts on going beyond E20 and if there's any roadmap you can share.
First of all, I will request you. You can check the all standards and practical all type of problems in Brazil. They are using 27% ethanol in petrol, and all the reputed brand of particularly from Mercedes to Toyota, Honda, everything. There is no problem from last 49 years. They are in the Toyota. I have got the car on flex engine, the Innova. I am using 100% ethanol, no problem. So even I am objecting about the people who are asking me the question that adding of 20% ethanol, there are problem. I am asking you the question. Can you tell me a name of a single consumer who have a problem for that? Nothing is there. The competent authority like ARAI, all scientists, automobile industry, SIAM, manufacturer, all people have certified the things. And without taking any trials into the laboratory, we have then fixed up the standards, then making the experiment for years to year. After that, then fix up the policy, and then government accepted the policy and taking the decision. So 100% we are not going to compromise with the quality. There is no problem. Unnecessary, when the people they're getting success to convince the people, they want to confuse the people. And therefore some people, they are talking about all this problem. I'm only asking you openly for all the people. Can you tell me a name of a single person who is getting problem for that? There is no problem. Already Toyota, Hyundai, Tata, Mahindra, they are now in the flex engine. The Bajaj, TVS, Honda, these all two-wheelers also, they have ethanol two-wheelers. Then wheelers on CNG, two-wheelers on CNG. Now we have electric truck, electric buses, electric cars. I know when I started about talking electricity, there are some journalists asking me if the car in the road, if they stop it because of there will be no electricity, then are you going to help them? Nothing is going to happen. Now there is a waiting list for electric car, electric scooters. The situation is changed. It is only a propaganda from some vested interest people. They want to confuse the people. There is no problem. And whenever the government is taking decision, there are all type of tests. After taking all the tests, if the ARI want to recommend it, after taking, then we will fix up the standards and then only we will take the decision. So first of all, for everything, there are standards are there. In the Brazil, there are standards. European countries, there are standards. In India, there are also standards. On the basis of that, ARI will take all the tests. And on the basis of that, if the tests are successful, on the basis of that, they will send the proposal to the Petroleum Ministry. And after Petroleum Ministry feel that it is good, correct, then they will recommend to the Cabinet and Prime Minister, and then we will take the decision. So there is no confusion about it. Why people are confusing the people? You understand what are the vested interests behind all this argument.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I think I can sum up by saying that first the test will be done. It will be cleared by ARAI and the industry to decide whether to go for higher blends beyond E20, because we do have a target. But as you said, I think it will be done in a calibrated way and with proper tests being done so the consumers are not affected. Thank you for that. I'd just like to turn to another topic also close to your heart, which is road safety. You've spoken a lot about that. I think also you've championed a lot of safety in cars as well. But I think clearly, the road fatalities are still very high. So just in your view, what needs to be done further to try and reduce the number of road fatalities? And Do you think even something as basic as the driving license procedure needs to be further tightened? Because obviously the driver is always the root cause of the accident in many cases.
This is not your correct statement that driver is a root cause. Driver is a poor person. It is easy for every stakeholder to make blame on drivers. That is not the fact.
Okay, I'll
the
take that point.
most important thing is, every year we have 5 lakhs accidents and 1,80,000 deaths. From last 11 years, I am the Minister for Transport, and I am really accepted that this is the dark area for my ministry. We are trying our level best, but we are not getting reasonable success in this. Basically, there are 4 things. One is automobile engineering. We are already, Bharat NCAP is there. All standards are there. We are taking all safety measures in the manufacturing of all 2-wheelers and 4-wheelers, everything. There is no problem. Now, regarding road engineering, there are some problems. There are black spots are there. We are spending 40,000 crore on it and improving the black spots. Third is the enforcement of law. We are already making all the system modernized and digital. Now, in many problems, you don't need to go for RTO office. You can even from your own house, you can operate it and you will get all type of certificates. The problem is in the law also we have passed the road safety bill. Because of that we already increased the penalty and fines. The 4 important thing is the human behavior. That is to be a big problem. The 30,000 deaths are because of the people, the 2-wheelers, they are not using helmets. Now the lane discipline, the red signal is there, crossing everywhere. People are supposed to obey the law. But the problem is neither they have respect for law and neither they have fear for law. That is to be a problem. So education of people by and large is the basic problem. And government is very cautious. We are making ad campaigning with Amitabh Bachchan and Prasun Doshi. We are now making a lot of good songs in 22 languages from Shankar Mahadevan, our theme song for that. We are now decided to add in the syllabus about road safety lessons also. The Dharmendra Pradhanji, Education Ministry, accepted that. We are doing many programs from taking help from social organization, educational organization, institution, universities, NGOs, even the automobile manufacturer, they are sponsored the events. And to educate the people by and large is the most important task for us, to change the human behavior. And I will appeal all of you that particularly the change of human behavior, where we need help from the people like you. If you can help us, this is a social problem and is really very, very important for the country that we need to save the life of the people. Because in the deaths, the 66% deaths belong to the age group of 18 to 34. It's very bad. So I will request all of you regarding changing of human behavior of the people. We need to make campaign, we need to make education at a training center for that. We are already opening driving training centers. So even for this program, the people like you, we need your cooperation, and we are trying very hard to reduce this rate of accidents. We are also given now, if any accidents on any road, we are helping to the victims of 7 years cost of 7 days cost of treatment up to 1,50,000 rupees as the insurance. Then anywhere, any person who help any victim to take him to the hospital, we are declaring him as a Rahavir and giving him 25,000 award for that. We need cooperation from the society, from the people like you, and I am confident that with the cooperation of all the stakeholders, we will be in position to reduce the number of accidents and deaths. Where we need your cooperation, I am very much serious and sensitive about it, but I am very unfortunate that I admit that this is the only dark area of my ministry where we are not getting that much success to reduce the accidents and deaths. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we can see that this topic is really close to your heart. You've spoken with a lot of passion, and this really means a lot to you. And I think your point where, making people aware, it starts with education and an awareness. And that is for all road users, including the driver and people using the road. We just, would love to support you in this endeavor because I think, as you said, it's not just a black spot for you, it's a black spot for the country, the amount of road fatalities which are absolutely the highest in the world. I want to now turn to another topic which is close to your heart and where really I think I would say that in a way you are the road king. We used to have a Yazdi called a road king before, but I think we can give you the title of road king because clearly I think one thing we've seen is the pace of roads and highways being developed. So it's been completely a record under your leadership. I just want to know now what is the next step to further reduce logistics costs, because traffic is also increasing and sometimes even catching up with the infrastructure being built. So what can be the next step?
Just 15 days before I got opportunity to publish the report of KPMG. And in that report, the indication was that the 81% traffic of goods is on the road, 1% on railway, and some 70% in other modes. And presently, there are 3 reports. One is from IIM Bangalore and Chennai IIT and Kanpur IIT, that in our country, our logistic cost was 16%. But now the report indicates that our cost is reduced from 16 to 6%, it comes to 10%. But we are making new highways, changing in the fuel by which we can save the cost. I am confident up to end of December, our logistic cost will be in single digit as 9%. Because the way in which we are making the road from Delhi to Dehradun 2 hours, Delhi to Jaipur 2.5 hours, Delhi to Mumbai 12 hours, Chennai to Bangalore 2 hours, Bangalore to Mysore previously 3.5 hours, it's now 1 hour. So we are making at least 55 to 60 axis control highways by which we will reduce the cost. By changing in fuel and making good highways, we will save the time. So I am confident that we are going to reduce the cost, taking it up to 9%. And I am confident it is going to increase our export by at least 50% more. And that is to be a great boost for Indian economy because we will be more competitive in world market. And we are specially connecting port connectivity. And at the same time, I will request you, it is very important that now by making scrapping of the old vehicle, now we can increase the even the mileage and reduce the pollution. So by using the new vehicle with the new fuels and new technology, we are going to reduce the cost, and that is the reason that because of scrapping we need your cooperation. That is to be a very important subject by which we can make our industry, they get benefit of it, and at the same time reduce the pollution, and also it is going to reduce the logistic cost.
Thank you, sir. In fact, that leads me to, I think, the last question, which we're running out of time, and it's led into that something else also, which is close to your heart, and that is scrappage. And just wanted your thoughts on how can government and industry work together on increasing the scrappage rate and adoption. Because as you said, I think to get the older vehicles off the road, there's a lot of benefit in that, but it's not easy because people don't want to give up their older cars that easily.
Up to August 2025, 3 lakh vehicles already scrapped. Out of which government vehicles, 1,41,000 vehicles are there. Remaining vehicles, as far as our estimate, the time is over. The balance vehicle which we need to scrap, that is 97 lakhs 4,000 vehicles are now we need to scrap. They are ready now. We need to have cooperation from all stakeholders, particularly the consumers. The present average monthly scrapping is 16,830 vehicles. Investment by private sector is 2,700 crores. Import of scrap steel, we need 60 lakh ton. Recovery from scrap steel up till now is 3.76 lakh tons, that is 6%. 40,000 crore is the benefit will go to government if the total vehicle will be scrapped as a part of GST to the state and central government. 70 lakh additional jobs we will create by this, and reutilization of raw material 33%. CO2 reduction by 6,353 kilotons, equivalent of planting 26 crore trees. And at the same time, the scrap metal, 3.76 lakh tons of scrap steel, lead, aluminium, platinum, and palladium we are very precious metals where we will reduce our import and reduce the cost of the automobile components by 25%. So this is now already I'm requesting the OEMs that when anyone coming with the scrapping certificate, you should offer a minimum 5% discount, because that is going to benefit them. It is not charity, because it is going to increase the demand. Now the 22% growth is there. After successful scrapping, the growth rate will go up to 35 to 40%. So that is the reason that they will get more business, more profits, and government get revenues, and people will get jobs, and at the same time we will reduce the pollution, and that is to be very important. And now, particularly in the field of semiconductors, rare earth material, government has a policy by which we are now trying to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat, and which is very important for the industry. And this is the future of this industry is very good. But I will request you to all your members who are present there, please take the interest in this scrapping policy and start your own centers in India. You will get profits, and at the same time, it is going to boost our economy to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I mean, just on that, I think clearly, just to wrap up, I think on the roads, you've answered us on the fuel strategy, blended fuels as the way forward, also on scrappage. I just want to round up everything and, just talk about the overall industry. You wanted us to be number one in about 5 years. What do you think is needed to take us to this number one position? Because I think, as you said earlier, that we have the potential, we have the technology, and I think government also is, doing a lot in this respect. But, to be number one is a big challenge. That's a challenge you have put, and 5 years also is a tight time frame. So just to wrap up with final thoughts on, what will be required to be in the number one position going forward?
The most important thing is the knowledge and technology. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skilled and successful practices, we name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. Our Indian startup, our IITs, our engineering colleges, our industries, they are doing excellent jobs in the research. Our young talented engineers in startup also, they are doing very, very good research. In particular, the field of hydrogen, we need more research, more successful practices. We need to have hydrogen filling station with a very, very reasonable cost. We need to find out the option for transport of hydrogen, and hydrogen is a fuel for the future. And I am confident that today with the technology and with the quality and with reducing the cost, reducing the pollution, reducing the logistic cost, and making more economic viability in the world market, the good future, very good future for Indian automobile industry. And the way in which the industry is working in technology, innovations, research, designs, quality, it is really, really very, very good. I am very much proud about all these things. And because of that, with the cooperation of all stakeholders, I am confident that we are going to be number one in the world for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gadkari. And really with that, I'd like to wrap up and really thank you for this very inspiring interaction. And I'm also looking forward to doing that Mumbai to Delhi trip on a highway that is safe, the car can run efficiently, and on different blends of fuel as well. Thank you very much. And thank you, ACMA, for giving me this opportunity to conduct this session.
Thank you, Mr. Sorabji. Thank you to the Honorable Minister for such a candid conversation with the industry. और आपका संदेश हमेशा नई संभावनाएं खोल देता है. और धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव रखने के लिए मैं निवेदन करती हूँ श्री विक्रमपति सिंघानिया जी को, प्रेसिडेंट डेजिग्नेट ACMA.
Namaskar, sir. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, President ACMA, Mr. Hormus Sorabji, Editor, Autocar India, Mr. Vinny Mehta, Director General ACMA, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar and a very good afternoon to you all. On behalf of ACMA and the entire auto component industry, it is my honor to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for joining us today and sharing his invaluable perspectives. Honorable Sir, we very much appreciate your joining us despite your travel and several commitments today. Sir, your vision and passion have truly redefined mobility in India. Under your leadership, the country has witnessed an unprecedented pace of national highway construction, creating the backbone for efficient logistics and regional connectivity. Your initiatives on Bharat NCAP have empowered consumers to choose safer vehicles, while your focus on circularity, scrappage, and recycling is laying the foundation for a sustainable and future-ready mobile ecosystem. We are equally inspired by your relentless advocacy of clean technologies, from electric mobility and biofuels to hydrogen, ensuring the growth is aligned with the ecological responsibility. These initiatives not only strengthen India's infrastructure, but also open new avenues and opportunities for industries such as ours. Your words today remind us once again of your deep commitment to the automotive and the auto component sectors. They reassure us that with your guidance, India is well on the path towards a safe, sustainable, and globally competitive mobile ecosystem. आपने इथेनॉल में स्वदेशी स्वावलंबन की बात करी, वो बहुत अहमियत रखती है. आपने बात करी कि ह्यूमन बिहेवियर की, कि ह्यूमन बिहेवियर चेंज करना पड़ेगा, और जो प्रोग्राम आपने इंस्टीट्यूट किया है, आई थिंक गोइंग टू द ग्रास रूट एट स्कूल चिल्ड्रन, उसका बहुत फ़र्क पड़ेगा आने वाले सालों में, और उसका हम आपको बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं. ऑल्सो अ बिग थैंक यू to Hormus for facilitating a very engaging fireside chat with the Minister. Hormus, you've always been a friend of the industry and the most insightful auto journalist that I know over 25 years. I also take this opportunity to thank all our members and participants for their presence and engagement this afternoon. Shri Gadkari ji, on behalf of ACMA, I express our profound gratitude for your continued encouragement, your constant support, for inspiring us with your vision and continuing to push us to make us number one in the world. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you once again to the Honourable Minister. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we close this session and we move straight into our next session, the valedictory session. May I once again requesting and thanking Mr. Homraz, requesting people who are sitting at the back, probably you can move in. There are seats unoccupied in front. सभी लोग जो पीछे की तरफ से, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप आगे की तरफ आ जाएं. This again stands as a very important session for our industry, as with the many trade deals, and we thank Mr. Homraz by presenting this special memento to him. I said he's always been there and a part of our ACMA events and moderating the sessions, giving us a future outlook to the mobility. So this is a session, ladies and gentlemen, where shortly joining us is Shri Piyush Goyal ji, our Honourable Minister of Commerce and Industry, and we have His Excellency Mr. Maharosh Shefchowicz, the Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, Interinstitutional Relations and Transparency, European Union. So as in the wake of global headwinds, the government is taking extra efforts in opening newer markets. That is where Shri Piyush Goyal ji, with the new trade deals and the FTAs facilitating the industry. We're going to be hearing a lot from him in this session, and also as the Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, European Union, EU, joins us. लोग आगे की तरफ आ सकते हो.
On it. Trusted today, transforming tomorrow. We are a $2.2 billion conglomerate, focused on providing cutting-edge solutions to the auto sector. Through our companies, joint venture partners, technical collaborations, we manufacture a range of products across chassis, emission control, powertrain, thermal management, safety, and mobility. And we are taking a lead in clean technologies for mobility and beyond.
Just once again
through
a
our
request
clean
to
tech
the people who are
platform
seated
and
at the
phone.
back. You know, standing from here, because of the lights, you can't even see the people who are sitting at the back. So if you move in front, we can have a better look at all of you, and also as we have, in case the interactions with all of you, it's going to be more easier if we see you. Can I just, lights थोड़ी सी कम ही रहने दो.
Okay. Can I request you all to please come up front? The minister is already here. He wants to see everybody up front, so please move up. There's no issue at all. Please come up. People in the back rows, please move up front. And come up in the front row also. Nobody, no. I mean, the whole front row should be occupied. Please come up front. Please come up front. Quickly. What?
That is more sustainable, safer, and exciting. With this ambition in mind, we must now take one more step, together. Let's move toward a software-defined mobility, where a car can be further developed over time, where the user is the center of attention. Let's move toward a mobility where vehicles are part of the mobility ecosystem, and where driving is more than just a ride. Let's shape a new era of mobility, together. Let's move like a Bosch.
Welcome to DENSO, where advanced mobility meets a vision to shape a brighter future. In India, DENSO pledges to elevate future societies and creating a future with a sense of well-being. Our mission, protecting lives, preserving the planet, and paving the way for a brighter future for generations to come. Our vision is dedicated to two great causes, green and peace of mind. DENSO is focused on achieving zero carbon emissions and zero traffic fatalities. Our strengths, we excel in innovation, R&D, mass producing high quality products, and cutting edge product development. India aspirations and needs. India, with the world's largest population and a rapidly expanding middle class, is poised to lead globally. Solutions, creating new value through electrified mobility, automated mobility, and connected mobility. We support Make in India initiative. At DENSO, we innovate for a sustainable future, enabling people to create a greener planet and build a brighter tomorrow.
DENSO, crafting the core.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this brighter, aspirational, future-defining session of the industry, we warmly welcome here on the dais His Excellency Mr. Maroš Šefčovič, the Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, Interinstitutional Relations and Transparency, European Union, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, our Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, and then the leadership of ACMA, Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, the President ACMA, Mr. Vikrampati Singhania, President-designate ACMA, and Mr. Vinny Mehta, Director General ACMA. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency Mr. Maroš Šefčovič, a very seasoned statesman who's been a driving force in shaping the European Union's trade and economic security policies with his deep expertise in energy sustainability and strategic partnerships. He has been instrumental in advancing the EU's vision of resilience, competitiveness, and global collaboration. And then we have our dynamic minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, one of the most dynamic ministers, leaders who has been spearheading domestic manufacturing with various schemes, majorly the PLI scheme, and then nation's global trade agenda. And under his leadership, India has scaled newer heights in exports and international partnerships, including advancing the landmark India-UK trade deal that promises to further deepen the economic ties and open newer markets. We once again extend a very warm welcome to both of them for joining us in this very defining session. And to welcome them from ACMA side, I would like to request the President ACMA, Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, inviting her for her welcome remarks.
His Excellency Maroš Šefčovič, Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, Institutional Relations and Transparency, EU. Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry. Vikrampati Singhania, Vice President ACMA. Vinny, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. It is my profound privilege on behalf of ACMA to extend a very warm welcome to two eminent and most distinguished leaders who are honoring us here with their presence today. Excellency, your presence with us today reflects the great importance that the EU attaches to deepening its partnership with India. The EU has long been one of India's most significant trading partners, and for our auto component industry, Europe is not only a vital market, but also a source of advanced technologies, investment, and global best practices. In FY 24-25 alone, bilateral trade in the auto component sector between India and the EU exceeded $12 billion, underscoring the strength of our relationship. We deeply value your leadership in shaping fair, rules-based, and sustainable trade frameworks. Your emphasis on resilience, circularity, and the Green Deal Industrial Plan resonates closely with our own industry's transition towards a cleaner, greener, and globally competitive mobility sector. We look forward keenly to hearing you and your vision for how India and Europe can together build a resilient and sustainable value chain. Honorable Minister, it is equally our privilege to welcome you once again to ACMA. Sir, you have been a steadfast supporter of the Indian industry, especially the auto component sector, and a driving force behind India's growing integration with the global economy. Under your leadership, India has pursued bold reforms in trade and logistics, signed landmark FTAs with key partners, and provided unwavering support to MSMEs and exporters. These efforts are already yielding results, with the auto component sector's exports now standing at $23 billion annually. Honorable Minister, for our industry, your efforts to negotiate balanced trade agreements, reduce barriers, and open new markets are of immense importance. Equally, your emphasis on competitiveness, quality, and sustainability is helping Indian industry prepare itself for the demands of tomorrow's global market. The presence of both of you on this platform today is especially significant at a time when geopolitics, shifting supply chains, and sustainability imperatives are reshaping global trade. The partnership between India and the EU offers immense opportunities for the auto component industry. This also means new pathways to grow our exports, attract investments, and collaborate on technologies. We look forward to hearing from you, Excellency, your views on EU's trade vision and sustainability agenda, and the Honourable Minister, your outlook on India's expanding role in global trade. On behalf of ACMA, I once again extend our warmest welcome and sincere gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present this short film which captures the remarkable journey of ACMA last year, and then the confidence and the promise of the industry towards combating these headwinds. If you can have the film, please.
The world runs on invisible threads. Supply chains that stretch across continents, built on timing, trust, and global balance. But when that balance shifted and tensions rose across borders and seas, those threads began to snap. The world adrift, its compass broken, its north lost. But India is not searching for the past. It has begun to turn the gears of tomorrow, calibrating a new compass, to chart new directions, to build a new equilibrium.
दबाव कितना ही क्यों ना आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे।
At the front lines of this shift is the mobility components industry. Not waiting, not watching, but acting every single day. Reconfiguring supply chains with urgency, building sufficiency at every layer, and engineering systems that bend but never break. And supporting this quiet resilience at every step, helping the industry recalibrate its compass, is the force dedicated to powering India's new mobility era, the Automotive Component Manufacturers Association of India, ACMA.
Amidst shifting geopolitics, rising tariffs, and supply chain disruptions, the Indian auto component industry has stood resilient, redefining equilibrium in uncertain times. Despite global headwinds, the industry surged ahead, achieving a turnover of $80 billion in the last fiscal, growing 10% year-on-year and sustaining a remarkable 15% CAGR over 5 years. Exports stood at $23 billion, maintaining a strong trade surplus. A vibrant domestic market, together with a thriving aftermarket worth $12 billion, added further momentum.
ACMA's work rests on 5 pillars that keep the industry moving forward.
Together, these pillars have guided the industry's progress, and their impact is reflected in the milestone of the past year.
Business development.
In today's ever-changing global environment, ACMA has emerged as a trusted compass guiding the industry's equilibrium and steering growth with resilience. With a clear vision to expand horizons and strengthen India's global footprint, ACMA continues to connect industry stakeholders, unlocking new opportunities. A testament to this was the recent component show at the Bharat Mobility Global Expo, the largest of its kind with over 1,100 participants, more than 100,000 visitors, with representation from across the globe. The event was a powerful convergence of innovation, collaboration, and opportunities, showcasing India's rising capabilities.
Momentum continued with 9th Eye Auto Connect, Raw Material Conclave, and Aftermarket Show in Patna, with inspiring leader interactions. aligned with Make and Design in India, ACMA hosted tech shows with leading OEMs and Tier 1s, Hyundai, Renault Nissan, Mahindra & Mahindra, and Uno Minda, fueling collaboration and innovation. Globally, India shone at Automechanika Frankfurt, Istanbul and Dubai, as also at MIMS Moscow and Apex Las Vegas. Government affairs and strategic initiatives. In close partnership with central and state governments, ACMA contributes industry insights that help shape mobility policy, including the Automotive Mission Plan 2047, India's global value chain integration, the National Manufacturing Mission, and GST rationalization for competitiveness. Internationally, it advocates free and fair trade, contributing to FTAs with the UK and EFTA, and continues to engage with the USA, EU, Chile, Australia, South Korea, and ASEAN.